Good morning to our students, staff, families, and MCPS community. Thank you for joining us for this virtual board meeting today. We hope you remain safe and healthy. Although we are conducting this meeting via Zoom conference today due to the continued state of the emergency, the meeting is being live streamed and on the website and MCPS TV. We've also provided a telephone number for the public to join the meeting as well. This meeting will be focused on essential business of the board, and live public comments have also been suspended. Although members of the public can join us by phone, the lines have been muted to avoid background noise and interruptions. Before we get started, I will call the roll and ensure that we have a quorum of the board present. And at this time, I will ask board members to introduce themselves, starting with Vice President Wolf.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Wolf, and I'm Vice President of the board.
Ms. Dixon? Ms. Dixon, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You can introduce yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate our student member of the board, Mr. Tinbite. He will enroll this fall. We thought the public would like to know that at Cornell College. So congratulations, Nate. And I also wanted to just give a shout out to Blake High School and its principal, Bob Sinclair, and Whitman High School. They followed up in terms of doing grocery gift cards. Blake in the amount of $7,000 for families. And Whitman, I know, has collected a good deal of money as well. I don't know exactly what that is right now, but thank you all for doing that to supplement the meals for our students.
Thank you. Dr. Daka? Thank you. Dr. Daka? You're on mute. We're just taking roll. We're just letting everybody know who's on the call.
Right. Judy Daka and District 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
For being here today.
All right. Ms. O'Neill?
Good morning, Pat O'Neill, District 3.
Ms. Silvestre?
Good morning, everyone. This is Carla Silvestre, school board member.
Mrs. Smodrowski?
Yes, good morning. I'm Rebecca Smondrowski, Board of Education, District 2. I, too, want to just take a quick second to say congratulations to Nate, also to all of our fabulous school counselors, teachers, sports staff, everyone who has gone so far, and administrators who've gone so far above and beyond everything and have had several spectacular recognitions. I also want to thank all of our partners who've been helping to support our students and our families during this time of need. So thank you.
Mr. Tinbite?
Yep. Thank you all. My name is Nate. I'm the student member of the board.
Okay. Dr. Smith, if you can introduce yourself and let us know who's on the call as well.
Good morning. I hope you are all well, members of the board, and glad to have this virtual meeting this morning so we can proceed with the business of the school system. We have a variety of staff members on here. Dr. McKnight, Deputy Superintendent is here. Dr. McKnight.
Good morning, board members. Monifa McKnight, Deputy Superintendent. Glad to be here. Good to see you all.
Thank you.
And we will introduce other staff members as we come to various parts of the agenda.
Okay, and I will, before we go on, have our board staff introduce themselves. I will start with our Chief of Staff first, if she can.
Good morning, Lori Christina Webb.
Thank you. Ms. Seabrook?
Good morning, Robin Seabrook, board staff.
And Victoria?
Victoria Van Dyke, board staff.
And I'm not certain, is Ms. Susskind online?
I am.
Okay.
I am. Danielle Susskind, board staff.
Okay. All right, so thank you. So we just wanted to make certain that in order to maintain order, we will call upon board members one at a time when you have questions or comments. And as we proceed with votes on the agenda items, if board members want to speak outside of their designated turn, I just ask you to inform board staff. That way we'll know to call upon you. And so at this time, I will ask for approval of the agenda.
Move approval.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll just call names. Ms. Wolf, you can raise your hand if you're okay with that, or say yes. Okay.
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Dr. Daka, Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre,
Yes.
Ms. Mondrosky,
Yes.
and Bite.
Yes.
That's a yes for Mrs. Evans, so that is unanimous. At this time, we will go to item 3 on the agenda. Dr. Smith, Human Resources and Development.
Yes, Ms. Evans, we have several items this morning under Human Resources and Development. First of all, we have the monthly report for your consideration. If there is a motion to approve that.
Can I, Ms. Wolf, the motion to
I'm going to move to approve the Human Resources report.
And can I get a second? Ms. Mondrosky?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, and I'll go through the names in alphabetical order, starting with our Vice President.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Dixon,
Yes.
Dr. Daka? You go wave your hand if you're not gonna take it off mute. Okay. Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
right? Ms. Silvestre, is that a yes from you?
Yes.
Mrs. Mondrosky?
Yes.
Invite.
Yes.
Yes from me, and that is unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Ms. Evans, we have 4 resolutions this morning where we pause and recognize our staff members who have passed away in the past month and extend our condolences to their families. If you would like, I'll read all 4 of those, and then the board can move those resolutions forward if you so desire. Okay.
The block, yes, thank you.
All right. So first of all, whereas the death on March 27, 2020 of Miss Kulveer Kaur, special education bus attendant, Department of Transportation, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 10.7 years Ms. Kaur worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she ensured her bus was always neat, clean, and safe for her students. Ms. Kaur was patient with and respectful of all staff, students, and their families. She developed positive relationships with her coworkers and was especially kind to students on her bus route. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Kaur and extend deepest sympathy to her family. We also want to pause today and remember Mr. Andre V. Insinit. The death on March 28, 2020 of Mr. Andre V. Insinit, music teacher at Whetstone Elementary School, has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 19 years Mr. Insinit worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, he endeavored to create a positive and creative learning environment to engender a love of music in all of his students. Mr. Insinit was a dedicated member of the Whetstone Elementary School staff and collaborated with classroom teachers, specialists, and administrators to provide the best music instruction for all students. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Mr. Insinit and extend deepest sympathy to his family. We also want to pause today and remember Ms. Lynn I. Greenberg. Ms. Greenberg's death on April 11, 2020, a member of Whetstone Elementary School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 35 plus years Ms. Greenberg worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she was deeply committed to the academic success of all students and promoted positive interpersonal relationships with students. Ms. Greenberg motivated and inspired all students with whom she worked to have a willingness to learn, to have self-confidence and perseverance. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Greenberg and extend deepest sympathy to her family. We also want to pause today and remember Mr. Carlos O. Altamirano. The death on April 15, 2020 of Mr. Carlos O. Altamirano, grade 5 teacher at Captain James E. Daly Elementary School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 8 years Mr. Altamirano worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, he was a dedicated member of the Captain James E. Daly Elementary School. He organized and participated in a number of after-school enrichment activities for students, demonstrated a high level of commitment to students both inside and outside of the classroom. Mr. Altamirano worked tirelessly to provide quality, challenging instruction for students and maintained a positive and welcoming classroom environment. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Mr. Altamirano and extend deepest sympathy to his family. A copy of these resolutions will be forwarded to the family members of these staff members.
Okay. Could I get a motion to approve them in block?
I move that these be approved in block.
Can I get a second? Mrs. Modrowski?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, Ms. Wolf,
Yes.
Ms. Dixon, Ms. Dixon? I'll come back to her. Dr. Daka,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Stray,
Yes.
Mondrowski,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
okay, and a yes from me, Mrs. Evans, and that is unanimous.
Ms. Evans, we have several appointments today. This is the time of year when we appoint administrators to fill open positions as we approach the new fiscal year. We only have just over 20 days of school left in this year, as we'll discuss the calendar later. But we are continuing our work to make sure that we are fully staffed across the support professionals, teachers, and administrators. So we offer the following appointments today for the board's consideration. First of all, Mr. Daniel Morella, Associate Superintendent of Finance, Office of the Chief of Staff. Mr. Morella has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools since 2019 as the Director of Fiscal and Audit Management, and most recently as Acting Chief Financial Officer. He appreciates this opportunity to serve MCPS, our staff, our students, and their families, and is very much looking forward to the role of Associate Superintendent of Finance if the board so chooses to affirm this recommendation.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, Ms. Wolf,
Yes.
Ms. Dixon, Dr. Daka,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Vestre,
Yes.
Mondrowski,
Yes.
Knight,
Yes.
Dixon. I didn't hear you before.
Yes, I think I'm being muted and unmuted. Since I'm on the phone, I don't think it's necessary for them to do that. I can do that.
Okay. I think everybody's being muted, unmuted, but we'll let you work it. And so that's a yes from me as well. And so that is unanimous vote, and congratulations to Mr. Morella.
Our next recommendation is Ms. Susan Lau, Chief Investment Officer for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Ms. Lau has been employed with MCPS for 6 years as an investment analyst, senior investment officer, and most recently as acting Chief Investment Officer, Division of Investments. She looks forward to continuing her service to MCPS community as the Chief Investment Officer. This is our recommendation today.
Very good. Could I get a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, Ms. Wolf,
Aye.
Dixon,
Yes.
Ms. Dr. Daka, I'm sorry,
That's right. Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre,
Yes.
Mondrosky,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That is a yes from me. Congratulations. We can clap you all. Just do a brief clap. Or do your reaction down there, which is a hand clap at the bottom. Okay. Dr. Smith.
Our next recommendation for appointment is Dr. Afi Mirsha Nayar as principal of Paint Branch High School. Dr. Mirsha Nayar has been employed by Prince George's County Public Schools for the past 5 years as principal at Largo High School. Prior to that, she worked for Montgomery County Public Schools for 15 years as an English for Speakers of Other Languages teacher, instructional specialist, assistant to the associate superintendent for organizational development, assistant principal, and principal intern. Dr. Mirsha Nayar looks forward to joining the Paint Branch High School family, and we recommend today to you Dr. Afi Mirsha Nayar as principal of Paint Branch High School.
Okay. Get a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Dr. Daka?
Yes.
O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre?
Yes.
Mondrosky?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That is a yes from me as well. So that is unanimous. Congratulations. I'm gonna do my hand clap. All right, Dr. Smith, you can go on.
Our next recommendation to you is Dr. Shelton L. Mooney as principal at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. Dr. Mooney has been employed with MCPS for 13 years as a special education teacher, consulting teacher co-lead, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as the acting principal at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. He looks forward to continuing the work to support Bethesda Chevy Chase High School and its community. So we recommend today Dr. Shelton L. Mooney as principal at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Then
Yes.
Dr. Daka?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Stray?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
From me, and that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Me too, by the way.
Mrs. Mondrosky, did I miss you?
Yes, but it's okay. I'm yes.
Okay, so Mrs. Mondrosky, sorry about that. That's unanimous vote. Thank you.
We also recommend today Ms. Laura M. Swiderski as principal at Beverly Farms Elementary School. Ms. Swiderski has been employed with MCPS for 3 years as an assistant principal and most recently as acting principal at Beverly Farms Elementary School. She is excited to continue her journey leading and supporting the Beverly Farms Elementary School community. So we recommend today Laura M. Swiderski as principal at Beverly Farms.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Daka?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Estray?
Yes.
Mrs. Mondrosky?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Tidwright?
Yes.
That's a yes from me. That is unanimous. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We're pleased today to recommend Dr. Kimberly A. Thompson as principal at Burning Tree Elementary School. Dr. Thompson has been employed with MCPS for 4 years as assistant principal at Stonegate Elementary School. She looks forward to joining the staff and community at Burning Tree Elementary School to support a tradition of excellence in a collaborative and student-enriched environment. We recommend to you Kimberly A. Thompson, principal, Burning Tree Elementary School.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Dr. Daka?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Stray?
Yes.
Mondrosky?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's a yes from me. That is unanimous. Congratulations.
And our last appointment recommendation today is Mr. Andrew J. Winter as principal at Ritchie Park Elementary School. Mr. Winter has been employed with MCPS for 21 years as a teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, principal, and for the past 10 years as the principal at Lucy V. Barnsley Elementary School. He's excited to be joining the Ritchie Park School community and looks forward to helping all students be successful. We recommend Mr. Andrew J. Winter, Principal, Ritchie Park Elementary School today.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, Ms. Wolf,
Yes.
Dr. Daka,
Yes.
Ms. Dixon,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre,
Yes.
Mrs. Mondrosky,
Yes, I thought you said Tim Bites. Sorry.
Mr. Tinbite.
Yes.
That's a yes from me. That is unanimous. Congratulations. Yep, yep.
Thank you very much. That concludes our recommendations today. We'll be back with many more in the coming meetings. Thank
Okay.
you.
At this time, we're moving to item 4 on the agenda, which is recognitions. Dr. Smith.
Yes, we have 2 today. First of all, it's Pupil Personnel Worker Week. The week of May 11th through 15th, 2020 has been designated as Pupil Personnel Worker Week to recognize pupil personnel workers for understanding that each student and family has worth and unique needs and is therefore deserving of focused support and intervention and should have the opportunity to experience positive physical, social, and psychological well-being in order to be successful in college, career, and community. The Maryland Association of Pupil Personnel encourages all Maryland school systems to recognize pupil personnel workers with their background in issues facing families, barriers to learning, and student wellness as professionals experienced in recognizing the needs of students and families and connecting students and families with school system and community resources. And the mental, emotional, and physical health of all students is evaluated by committed professionals. They flourish in the school and community. Pupil personnel workers, as advisors to school staff members, are appropriately qualified to support the proper application of Board of Education policies and Montgomery County Public Schools regulations to assure the rights and responsibilities of students and families. And it is appropriate that Montgomery County Public Schools recognize the crucial role pupil personnel workers play to ensure that all students in our school system experience academic and personal achievement. Therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education hereby proclaim May 11th through the 15th as Pupil Personnel Worker Week in Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Ms. Wolf,
Yes.
Dr. Daka,
Yes.
Ms. Dixon,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre,
Yes.
Mondrosky,
Yes.
Tinbite.
Yes.
That's a yes from me. That is unanimous.
Ms. Evans, we also have a recognition today of the League of Educators for Asian American Progress to recognize the scholarship recipients. The League of Educators for Asian American Progress awarded $2,000 scholarships to 2 Montgomery County Public School students who are members of an Asian American club or earn student service learning hours supporting an Asian American organization or program and are planning to major in education and pursue a career as an elementary or secondary teacher. The League of Educators for Asian American Progress encourages and appreciates future educators from diverse heritages. Montgomery County celebrates and honors the contribution of Asian American students in our country, our state, our county, and our schools. The Montgomery County Board of Education is proud that the Montgomery County Public Schools continues to recognize the outstanding accomplishments and positive influence of Asian American students. Therefore, be it resolved that on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools, staff members, students, and parents, guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education recognize and congratulate the 2 recipients of this year's League of Educators for Asian American Progress and Scholarship Awards. Lavairu Adakari of Montgomery Blair High School and Takeshi Tsui, Montgomery Blair High School. So congratulations, and we recommend this resolution today.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, Ms. Wolf,
Yes.
Ms. Dixon,
Yes.
Dr. Daka,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre,
Yes.
Mr. Tinbite,
Yes.
Oski, I forgot you, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm a yes as well, so that is unanimous. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is public comments. Given that we are conducting this meeting virtually, we ask the public to submit testimony in a variety of ways. Our community has submitted testimony in writing, audio, and by video. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy program practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have received a total of 7 written testimonies for today. You may view this written testimony in full on Board Docs, where it is posted with the other materials of the meeting. All of our testimony today pertain to the plan MCPS should adopt for grading in light of COVID-19 pandemic. Here's a summary of the written testimony submitted for today's meeting. David Chen is one. Mr. Chen is an MCPS parent who supports giving students the option of receiving a final letter grade or pass and complete. Mr. Chen's written testimony indicates that he initiated a petition in support of this option, and he explains that he obtained 1,200 signatures in support of this petition in less than 1 week. His testimony outlines his reasons for supporting this grading option. The next person is Vanessa Scott. Ms. Scott is a parent of a junior at Winston S. Churchill High School who supports a grading protocol for the 4th marking period in the 2nd semester that provides a universal pass and complete as final grade for all students, but only if MCPS adopts grading protocols that will treat an earned pass as an A, as in a 4.0, for all students. Ms. Scott's written testimony outlines the reasons for her support of this grade option. The next written testimony is from Lisa Itkin. Ms. Itkin is the mother of an 8th grader at Silver Creek Middle School and the choral director at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. Ms. Itkin wrote that she believes students should be able to choose what kind of grade they receive. Ms. Itkin's testimony explains how she thinks the semester grade should be calculated to benefit the students. Our next written testimony is from Eric Cathari. Mr. Cathari is a university faculty member who supports the idea that students should have opportunity to elect to have traditional grades in the 4th marking period. Mr. Cathari believes that college-bound students who earn a final grade of A will have a competitive advantage in the admissions process over the applicant who earns a P. Mark Cummings is the next person to submit written testimony. Mr. Cummings is a student at Walt Whitman High School who proposes a detailed alternative method of grading that he believes MCPS should adopt for the calculation of 2nd semester grades. Monica Burris. Ms. Burris is the parent of a student at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. She is writing to express her preference for what she refers to as option 3 for the proposed grading policy. Ms. Burris describes this option as one where there would be no opportunity for pass and complete, but that students would receive 1 letter grade higher than the grade earned during the 3rd marking period. Nada Fadul. Ms. Fadul is a student at Walt Whitman High School who explains that she started a petition in support of an optional pass-fail grading policy as opposed to a universal pass-fail grading system. She outlines the reason she believes this is the best option for students and explains that 351 members of the MCPS community signed her petition in support of this option. We have 1 audio testimony. We have received 1 audio testimony submitted by Jillian Bordick, who is a student at Walter Johnson High School, and MCPS TV will play that audio.
Hello, my name is Jillian Vordick, and I'm a junior at Walter Johnson High School. Thank you to the MCPS Board of Education for this opportunity to share my thoughts on the calculation of second semester cumulative grades. I would like to start by sharing 2 excerpts with you. First, the stated purpose of grading and reporting. I quote, "The Montgomery County Board of Education is committed to maintaining rigorous performance and achievement standards for all students and to providing a fair process for evaluating and reporting student progress that is understandable to students and their parents/guardians and relevant for instructional purposes." Secondly, one of my teachers posted online on April 16th, I quote, "For MCPS, 3rd quarter ends tomorrow. No grades should go down from when you left school March 13th. With these 2 statements in mind, I strongly urge the Board of Education to choose Concept 2 for second semester grade calculation. This option states that students receive a final letter grade that is the same as their 3rd marking period grade. According to my teacher's statement, everyone's 3rd quarter grades should reflect their performance while we were attending school normally, before any distance learning began. I argue that these grades should be used for our semester grades because they are the most recent accurate reflection of our performance in a normal school setting. To further support this argument, in addition to my teacher's statement, on March 18th, MCPS sent out a message to everyone in this community stating that no previously assigned work will be due between March 16th through 27th. No teacher instruction should take place during this period, and teachers will have an opportunity to enter grades when school resumes. Furthermore, Chromebook distribution began on March 26th, which would have allowed a majority of students to go online and contact their teachers about any missing 3rd quarter grades. As 3rd quarter grades are reflective of our performance during a period in which we were attending school in person, I would like to pose a question about the 3rd option for second semester grading. Why should the Board of Education be handing out grades to students who did not earn them? As I walk through the Walter Johnson hallways, I hear a recurring theme in the way many students view their grades. My math teacher gave me a B last quarter. My biology teacher gave me a C on that test. In response to students who use this rhetoric when speaking about their grades, I often think to myself, no one gave you a B last quarter. You earned a B last quarter. I believe that this is an important distinction to be made about grades, and I believe that if MCPS raises every student's 3rd quarter letter grade by 1 letter for the semester grade, that these students who have this idea about grading will be right. It is unfair for MCPS to hand out grades that were not earned. Some students may use the 4th quarter to bring their grades up, but if they do so, they earned the higher grade. It was not given to them. I also do not believe the entire semester should be passed incomplete. Grades provide an important data point that tells students, teachers, and others what kind of student the person in question is. I do not believe it is the right decision to erase the hard work of many students in the 3rd quarter by making the whole semester pass incomplete. This goes for both students who earn all A's and students who may have struggled. Making the entire semester pass incomplete undermines the work put forth by every student in this county for the 3rd quarter. If the Board of Education wants to maintain its standards for rigorous academic performance and a fair process for evaluating grades, I strongly urge it to make this decision carefully and to consider option 2 as the most equitable, most accountable, and most accurate method for the calculation of second semester grades.
Very good. At this time, we will hear video. We will see, I should say, not hear. We will see video testimony. We have received 4 video testimonies, and first up will be Ray Takia, and I will let MCPS show Mr. Takia's video.
Dear members of the board, my name is Ray Tackey, and I thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. I want to encourage you to reject option number 1, which mandates pass and fail grade for all students for the entire semester. Of the remaining options, I believe that options number 2 and 3 make the most sense. I come before you as a parent of a high school student who has worked extremely hard to earn his grades. Academic achievement doesn't come easy for him. It's not effortless as it may be for some of his peers. For him to succeed in AP and other demanding classes, he had to work hard, night after night, and on weekends. He liked all his great teachers, and he often told me he didn't want to disappoint them. I think at some level, that was his motivation. The efforts of my son and all of the kids who have been trying hard under unprecedented circumstances to maintain their studies should not be simply nullified. In these difficult and stressful times, high school kids should not be deprived of any recognition for their academic achievement. They have already lost much. I should note that all other neighboring counties such as Fairfax, Howard, Loudoun, and all others, have chosen flexible grading options that do not negate any learning that students have managed to achieve in the second semester. The school district that has been most impacted by this pandemic has been the New York City school system, and that city offers its students a grade option and all forms of assistance to all of its students, including 114,000 homeless ones. There are a number of petitions circulating by both parents and students asking for a grade option. I believe the parent petition has about 1,400 signatories, and the student one, I think, about 3,000. None of these options disadvantage those students who have experienced real difficulties as a result of this pandemic. Please bear in mind that we will likely experience another outbreak of the virus during the upcoming academic year. This means more distance learning and possibly even another curtailed marking period. Whatever precedent you set now will inform our choices moving forward. Should this happen again, are we going to do this again? Are we going to deprive these kids of years of high school grades? Finally, I would like to conclude by saying to all the board members, you have the future of thousands of high school students in your hands. In the past few weeks, I have heard a great deal about equity and fairness. To deprive the kids who have worked extremely hard of any option but pass and fail is unfair, it's unjust, and it is unwise. These are great kids. They have a valuable future. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay. I was slow moving. Okay. So I'm back on, slow moving. Sorry about that. Thank you for that testimony. Now we will hear from the next speaker, Catherine Stocker. She's a BCC cluster coordinator.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to talk to many guardians and students, and despite the wide range of opinions and feedback I heard, a few consistent themes emerged. While most agreed that there are pros and cons inherent in every one of the 4 proposed policies, a few common themes and principles emerged. First, do no harm. Be fair to all students by acknowledging that some students were impacted disproportionately by our current pandemic crisis. Expand opportunity for all MCPS students by safeguarding an MCPS student's ability to compete with students who attend schools in other school districts in our area and nationwide. Proposal 1 gives students the GPA they had at the end of semester 1, but does not allow students who worked hard to improve their GPA during the 3rd quarter to show their improvement. For any student who would like to show either consistent or an upward trend in their work, they are unable to do so under Proposal 1 and feel that Proposal 1 is unfair. Proposal 1 also jeopardizes student opportunity relative to other school systems in our area and across the country. If we had a federal system, we wouldn't even be here today. Everybody would be doing the same thing. But because some school systems are using letter grades, our students who are applying to college or applying for merit-based scholarship will miss the opportunity to share important data that other students nationwide will have the opportunity to share. The possibility exists under Proposal 2 that a student's GPA could actually go down relative to their first semester grade and does not provide the pass and complete for students who suffered negative impacts due to the current crisis. Proposal 3, while providing the safety net to anyone who received an E in the 3rd marking period, also does not provide the option of a pass and complete. As importantly, the possibility does exist under Option 3 that a student's GPA could actually go down relative to the first semester GPA and could render harm. Proposal 3 is also not fair to any student who received even one A in 3rd quarter marking period, because that would not be designated or demonstrated under Proposal 3. I'm coming before you not as a parent representing my own child's interests, but as a representative of many parents and students. Because there is not consensus and students are facing different circumstances, Option 4 is the best choice before the board. Any student who prefers Option 1 can still opt for the pass and complete under Option 4. Anyone who prefers Option 2 can still opt for a letter grade under Option 4. Option 4 satisfies the principle that we do no harm because Option 4 does not allow anyone's GPA to fall below what it was at the end of the first semester of this year. It allows students to put forth their best foot in classes in which circumstances allowed them to do that while still providing the safety net of the pass and complete in classes in which circumstances did not. Finally, option 4 safeguards the opportunity for any MCPS student to provide valuable data as he or she applies to college or for a much needed scholarship to pay for college. In this time when students have so little power over anything, I urge you to give them some choice and some power to decide what is best for them in the pursuit of opportunity. Thank you, and thank you for your service during this difficult time.
Okay, so just know there will be a slight delay in me coming back on with the changing, but thank you for that testimony. So now we will hear from our which is Aaron Wong. Aaron is a student at Winston Churchill High School.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Aaron Wong, a junior at Winston Churchill High School. Today, on behalf of more than 1,000 supporters to my petition, I want to share with you why we recommend that MCPS give students a choice for their second semester grades. The comments from students and parents who signed the petition clearly shows that students want their hard work reflected in letter semester grades. Juniors want to have letter semester grades because this is their last semester before applying for colleges, and their AP courses will show academic rigor and improve their GPAs. Some also adamantly says students have the right and freedom to decide how to present semester grades, and such choice takes into account every student's unique situation during this pandemic. Here is a summary of grading policies from neighboring public school systems that were closed around the same time as MCPS. Like MCPS, all of them do not give letter grades in quarter 4. All of them give students a few weeks to make up quarter 3 grades after school closure. Howard, PG, and Fairfax counties allow quarter 4 work to be used to improve final grades. Importantly, all these school systems will include quarter 3 grades to final letter grades. Only Loudoun County gives optional pass and complete final grades. What about other states a bit farther away? Philadelphia School District will have no quarter 4 but extend quarter 3 till the end of the school year. Similarly, North Carolina Public Schools gives students more time to improve their grades. It also gives students a choice for a letter or pass withdraw final grade. New York City is hit harder than us, but its public schools keep the same grading policies for high schoolers, while adding a pass-fail option. It also requires students who fail to study in the summer. Among the 4 concepts Board of Education is considering for our semester grades, the first 2 options are not truly equitable, unable to balance between students' need to have letter grades and others' preference to have no letter grades due to difficulty in learning during the pandemic. It is true that many students want to and need to improve their semester grades, but a universal grade bump disadvantages some students and might unfairly inflate GPAs. In conclusion, because students' hard work deserves proper recognition, because some students may experience difficulties in online learning, because students want to improve grades, but artificial grade inflation disincentivizes learning, and because teachers know their students best and are capable of assessing students during the quarter 4 online learning. We therefore recommend that the Board of Education allows teachers to help students improve semester grades with their quarter 4 work as much as possible. Let students choose between letter and pass incomplete semester grades, and ensure that past semester grades do not disadvantage students, such as explaining it on the transcript or explaining it in the counselor's letter of recommendation. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to express my opinions in front of all of you today. I hope that we can all make a change together. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. And so we have one final video testimony, and it is from Kirsten Kaplan. We'll go right to the video.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Kaplan, and I'm the parent of a high school kid in MCPS. I apologize in advance that I'll be reading off some notes. I haven't had a lot of time to prepare comments, but I wanted to urge you to consider the option of awarding all the students who've passed in quarter 4 one letter grade above their third quarter grades, or in other words, Q3 plus 1. Adopting Q3+1 satisfies the goals that were previously stated by the board. It does no harm to students. It honors the grade staggering strategy that current juniors have employed, and it eases the stress of families who are trying to support students with 504 plans or IEPs. The plan still encourages diligence and engagement from students, preserves MCPS credibility with colleges, allows the reliable calculation of a GPA, and recognizes that there were issues with the transition to remote learning prior to the end of Q3. There are distinct disadvantages of some of the other options you are considering. Leaving Q3 grades as the semester grade doesn't really take into account that there was really an abrupt transition to remote learning that didn't provide support or distance learning plans to 504 and IEP student families. Students weren't even aware of any change in grading policy because it was announced after the close of Q3. So they didn't have the opportunity to complete a lot of summative work that might have impacted their Q3 grades. It doesn't honor the grade staggering strategy that a lot of kids with extracurriculars, sports, and a very rigorous course load correctly utilize under MCPS policy. And specifically, reporting third quarter letter grades on transcripts results in harm to students who correctly anticipated fourth quarter grades and allocated their time and resources justly. Universal pass-fail seems like it would disincentivize student effort and disenfranchises MCPS students versus the surrounding districts and private schools. It also harms student GPA, which is especially relevant for college and scholarships. Grading policy is of significant importance to high school juniors, for whom this is the last opportunity to improve their GPA or show continued effort in rigorous classes. Please consider Q3+1 as a reasonable and effective policy. Thanks for your consideration.
Okay, so that concludes all of our testimony that was submitted. I do want to, in fact, mention that the board received hundreds of emails, so that is being taken into consideration as well. I just wanted to mention that so people wouldn't think that the only comments that we've gotten around the grading options were just the ones that we're viewing and hearing from today. So at this point, it concludes our public comments. Thank you all for engaging in a discussion in a virtual way, sending your videos and audios and your written testimony. We really do appreciate that. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is on Thursday, May the 28th, and we will open up signups beginning on May 22nd. So at this time, we will go to the next item on our agenda, which is item 6 for discussion. And once we get done with the presentation, I'm going to start with Mrs. Silvestre, and we will go in the order of which we sit at the table. I just wanted to state that before we begin. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. As we just heard from the public comment, the issues surrounding this very unexpected and catastrophic circumstance for virtually every area of our society, including public schools, they're complex, difficult issues, and they require that we all work together to figure out how things work and how they will work going forward. And there are more unknowns than knowns as we think about what's going to happen in the COVID-19 pandemic. As some parts of our community reopen, and as we think about how to reopen school and bring students back into brick and mortar school buildings as that becomes possible. And I'll say very bluntly, I don't know when that will be possible. No one in the state of Maryland right now knows when that will be possible. And certainly I hear from thousands of people in email messages, and some of them urge me to open schools. I would say right away, I have no authority to open schools, and I would be very reluctant to open schools right now if I had that authority. And so that's why we depend on our medical professionals, Dr. Gales here in Montgomery County, and our state medical officials, along with the state superintendent and the governor of the state of Maryland. So these complex situations, we want to talk today about some of the operational issues and the operating budget for FY21, first of all, and just update the board and our community. And we certainly have lots of individual conversations between the board members and me or staff as we go forward, but we want to give you kind of an overview right now of where we are. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. McKnight, our deputy, and she's going to walk us through some of the work that has been ongoing during this situation. So Dr. McKnight.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smith. Good afternoon again, board members. As Dr. Smith said, I'll start by giving us a few operational updates on how we are managing COVID-19. That conversation will then lead into some specific implications around budget. And I'll first start discussing our meals distribution. So the Division of Food and Nutrition Services continues to provide breakfast, lunch, and supper meals, which were added later on into the schedule to more than 50 school and community sites. And that includes our bus delivery service as well. We serve between 40,000 to 60,000 meals each day, with double meal service on Wednesday to allow for a day without meal service on Thursday. This day is important for our staff to reduce the spread of COVID-19 and to focus on production. So that's why we went to that schedule. Between March 16th and May 8th, nearly 1.7 million meals were served. That is amazing. And so again, I just applaud the work of our Division of Food and Nutrition Services, Transportation, Security, everyone who's helped support that effort. With that said, we did receive the recent announcement of the closure of all Maryland schools for the rest of the school year. So our interest is that we want to continue to ensure that our community within MCPS is provided with the meal services throughout the end of the school year. So as we plan for our Learn and Recovery Plan, which I'll talk about a little bit later in this presentation, and the enrichment opportunities that we're planning for summer moving forward, we're going to continue to work with state and federal agencies around what the food service delivery models will be authorized, how they'll be authorized, and how we'll be working with other partner agencies to support our summer programming and meal services that will be offered to our students. So these discussions are definitely important because they inform how MCPS will continue to support our current structure or make adjustments based on the public health conditions that really evolve and are ever changing. So we also continue to provide our printed curriculum packets at all of the MCPS food site services on Wednesdays. The Wednesday curriculum delivery allows for families to be able to regularly access the printed materials that many of our students receive online. The demand for the printed materials continues to increase even as we have continued to provide technology to families. So it does come down to some families really liking to have just that paper copy. And so we'll continue to provide that service. We are continuing to work closely with the county and the community food service providers through a joint effort with the County Food Security Task Force. We are working with them particularly to be able to connect providers to families to continue to support outreach and food services that really are needed for our impacted families. So we're going to continue to work with them, MCPS Meal Services and the community food resources, to be able to incorporate those organizations that can increase access and food to families in need. In addition to that, our Office of Student and Family Support and Engagement is also continuing to utilize community providers to connect them with families to facilitate neighborhood access for meals. For instance, linkages to learning and other county providers are using MCPS school sites, outside spaces only, not schools, but outside spaces only, to provide food to families over the weekend. And in partnership with Manna Food, Women Who Care Ministries, Nourish Now, they all continue to provide weekend meal bags on Fridays to our students as well. So we have really built a bond across the county to really work with all of those agencies to ensure that our students are receiving meals throughout the week and as well as on the weekend. And the collaboration efforts have been amazing, and we just really appreciate the collaboration that has been extended to us to support families in the county. Next, I'll quickly talk about technology distribution and connectivity. At this point, we've already been through a number of large distributions to make sure we've met the needs of most of our students within the system who needed access to technology or internet devices. So we are now working on a case management phase for technology distribution. And that is primarily one that's being coordinated through the principal and the school community. So for families who are in need of services, we have small distributions occur in different ways. We have the schools coordinate. We also have a number of different community sites based on the community needs that we set up to provide those opportunities for families. We still have, we're delivering at bus stops. We are dropping off to individual dwellings. We have the walk-up and reservation service provided for students at 45 West Goody Drive in Rockville. We also have a central site for staff where they can make reservations or walk up at 15 Goody. We have a support line also offering this service to our bilingual families for them to be able to call. And that support line number is 240-740-7020. And so we want, again, all of our families to be able to call. And if they are having trouble trying to figure out how to process or access devices during this time, we encourage them to call that number. So at this point, our distribution totals reflect that we have distributed 65,000 plus Chromebooks to our students and 15,000 plus to our staff. We've distributed 5,100 MiFi devices to our students and 900 plus MiFi devices to staff. And MCPS is going to exhaust our inventory of MiFis by the end of next week, and we are ordering more devices to make sure we are prepared for any other needs that come up. So those are just some high-level operational pieces that I wanted to bring forward to the board as we continue to manage COVID-19 and adjust our processes based on health needs. And so I'll now turn it over to Dr. Smith to talk about the impact of budget.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight, and thank you for all of your work with many, many, many hundreds and thousands of staff members to accomplish what you just described in the last several minutes. And I say thank you to all of those staff members, many of them working on the front line every day in our community to make sure that our students and families have the resources they need. Resources certainly fit into the conversation about our budget. Last spring, so just about a year ago, we began a really in-depth discussion about this budget that we will begin July 1st of 2020. We spent the spring and summer closing out the fiscal year 19 budget and starting the fiscal year 20 budget, and continued to plan for the fiscal year 21 budget. So that work went on for August, September, October, November, and on December 18th, I presented a budget to the board for their consideration, and they worked during January and February on that budget. A great many individuals and organizations were involved in those conversations. Board of Education members certainly were involved all along the way, as well as many advocacy groups, our 3 staff associations, and a great many individuals across schools and offices and departments of the Montgomery County Public Schools. We submitted a budget that asked for $2.8 billion on March 1st, and in fewer than 2 weeks, we had both the county executive's recommendation of just under $2.8 billion, and simultaneously the outbreak, the full outbreak, it actually started earlier than that, but the full outbreak of COVID-19 and the first cases in the state of Maryland. So on March 25th, the county council made the determination that it should be a same services budget, and they made that announcement to the community that that's what they intended to do. If we think about what that means for school systems, it means that the school system's budget falls under Maryland's Maintenance of Effort Law that was updated in 2011. And that is the floor or the minimum amount of money that can be provided to a school system based on its enrollment and wealth factors from the state and based on its enrollment from the local government. So the local government actually on March 25th indicated, and then again last Thursday on May 7th stated in a more formal way that when they go to adopt their budget in the 3rd week of May, that they will fund Montgomery County Public Schools at $44 million fewer than what we requested. So that means we're going to have to remove money from the proposed budget. More importantly, even though than removing money, and no one wants to do that, and the county council members were very clear they didn't want to do that. They are extremely concerned, as they should be, about revenues right now, going forward this year, and especially what will be reported for the fiscal year 22, which begins July 1st of 2021. So our next budget that starts in less than 2 months is a problem. The budget that starts 12 months later is even a bigger problem. So as we think about how we spend the money that's available to us, the first thing we need to do is just make sure we keep our operational and instructional infrastructure together, and that we think very carefully about what it is we do and how we keep serving students and schools really well across our system. So how do we do that? We also have to think about how we re-enter schools and the norming process for what will be. And as I said a few minutes ago, we don't know what that will be, but we know that we have students, staff, and families with all sorts of circumstances. And we have to plan for all those circumstances, including students that have underlying health conditions, staff members that have underlying health conditions, students and staff who have members of their immediate family that live in the same home who have underlying health conditions. The level of anxiety and stress in our society certainly calls for us to consider the social, emotional, psychological well-being of our staff and the physical safety of our staff and students will have to be considered. All of those things have to happen. We also need to think about a pre-K-12 learning recovery system starting this July 1st and lasting until July 1st of 2021, or a July to a July. And our goal is to start it this summer and provide greater levels of support for students across the entire county than we've ever been able to supply before. Because we know that our students who live in poverty, our students who receive special education services or English language acquisition services have been very disrupted by this. Every student has been. But those students with those services have an extra level of complexity in their learning life, and to be removed from school and not be able to get the full complement of service has been very, very hard. So we have to have a way to make sure we're doing that for all students and for the students who have the most vulnerability in this circumstance. And that will be a July 1 to July 1 effort. And that's going to require that we put funds in the budget to cover the compensation for staff, to spend more time with students across the summer, after school, and throughout the year next year outside of school time. It's also going to require that we have a lot of professional learning for staff so that they can handle the logistical parts of the job as it's going to be forming and moving ahead, that they can handle the operational parts of the job. And every staff member will be touched in some way by their roles and responsibilities changing in the circumstance, as well as the instructional and learning parts of the job. And for our building level administrators, how do you work to collaborate and lead and work with your staff in a way that helps build that community in a different environment than they've lived in before. And then, of course, finally would be the technology infrastructure. Many of those thousands of Chromebooks we've handed out, the MiFis, we have to plan for some loss. There will be some when they're distributed across the entire system where people move away or things become broken. And many of them were up for renewal, for repurchase this year. We have a large number of our Chromebooks in the system that we are planning to purchase. So we not only have to replace some, we also have to continue to update them, because we all know when a computer gets to the point that the company that made it no longer supports it with updates, then you have to buy a new computer, and some of them are several years old. We also need connectivity. I have been using the analogy that in the year 2000, 20 years ago, if I had said we're going to send some students home with 6 textbooks, new, shiny, current textbooks, some students home with 3 textbooks, some students home with 5 used textbooks, some students home with 1 textbook or a half a textbook or just the cover of a textbook, there would have been such a roar of opposition and anger in our society that that plan never could have gone forward, nor should it have gone forward. It's a very bad idea, as we all know. That's essentially what we've been doing with our digital tools and our connectivity for students. In the 21st century, where we are today as the year 2020, connectivity and digital tools in the classroom, in the hallway, in the cafeteria, on the school bus, and in my living room, in the apartment complex, in the home I live in, wherever I am, I need to have a good, solid connection to the learning that my school creates. And this is not only important for the learning and the teaching, it's also important for students' future lives. Think about the number of people right now who have suddenly learned to do what we're doing today, which is hold a virtual meeting. Think about the number that have suddenly learned to do medical appointments online. Think about the last 2 decades of the change in banking, in the way we file our taxes. All of those things, our students need to grow up and develop in a world where this is the norm, and that norm is also in the school building, the classroom, and in their communities, no matter where they live. So while we would not send new textbooks home with some students in the year 2000, we should not be sending home students to very, very big disparities and differences in their connectivity and in their digital world. So there has to be money put into that. So all of these things coming together means that the board will need to continue to work with staff and think about all of these issues and how they fit together. And the board will adopt its final budget for the fiscal year 21 on June 11th at the board meeting. And we've been busy working with our associations, our community partners, many of the advocates that spent all of the year with us last year building this budget to make adjustments to this budget. And so we want to make sure that we're clear that this work is getting done. I'll turn it back to you, Dr. McKnight.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Smith. And so at this time, we will let Ms. Evans work with the board to have discussion around any of the items that we've shared.
Sure, thank you, Dr. McKnight. I will start with Ms. Silvestri with comments, and one, if you have a question, we'll just do one and then we'll go back around the board members again if there's additional questions.
Yes, thank you. I had a question about food distribution. I've heard community members ask if we could do more days like we do on Thursdays when we give multiple meals at one time to make it easier on families that have to go out every day to pick up the meals. And I just wanted to see if we're able to do it on Thursday, if that's something that could be considered for other days of the week.
So thank you, Ms. Silvestri. So we have been taking feedback from our community members on how this is going. One thing that we do have to be very thoughtful of is the amount of food that we have coming into each of the areas and how we try to distribute it based on what we get to make sure that we don't run out at sites. Early on, when we started the process, that was something that we experienced that we wanted to try to avoid happening. At this point in time, now we've had enough time between when we started and where we are to get a good estimate of exactly how much is being distributed at different sites. So that's been able to give us some indication of where we could make those adjustments. So that was just an adjustment that we can look at now, have not been able to do any earlier. Just wanted to make had a good sense of what amount of food was going to be appropriate for the sites based on what's been given out over time.
Thank you. Mr. Tinbite.
Yep, on this matter, I have no questions, but I did want to thank you all for your work on this.
Great, thank you. Ms. Dixon. Ms. Dixon?
Yes, okay. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now, yes.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. McKnight, for that update on operations. We know that school will officially end on June 15th. Has there, or do we have a plan for students to be able, and also staff who will be changing work locations, but do we have a plan for students to be able to retrieve their possessions and also return textbooks and the high school level athletic uniforms and things of that nature? It would seem to me that that might take some time. And, you know, how would that work? And staff members who are going to change work locations, let's say teachers are transferring or paraeducators are transferring, how would they get their belongings and move them on to the next location? Any thoughts about that yet?
Yes, Ms. Dixon, thank you. So last week we were very excited when the governor and the state superintendent came on and gave us a little bit more guidance in terms of what we could do. And I know one of the questions that have been raised is, you know, how do we plan for that when previously we have been giving guidance saying that we could not utilize our school buildings at that time. So we now have gotten some updated guidance since the governor's press conference last week. And we are actually, Mrs. McGuire and the team are planning on how we're going to do that in the most safest way, I would say, to make sure that we do not compromise any guidance from the health department. And we're also working with our health department as well. We're sharing those protocols with them just to make sure they are aware and give us guidance on making sure those processes and protocols are clear. So we have already been thinking about what we could do. And so after last week, we've moved the next step into thinking about what all of our options would be. So we have a team working on that. And in the continuity of learning update, I actually intended to share that there will be information coming out with in the coming weeks to give guidance on for staff and students on how they're going to be able to get items from the building specifically.
Right. So, you know, I just wanted to just mention that probably it would be incompatible to have continuity of learning, online learning going until the last day, June 15th, and, you know, whatever that plan is, because I think you're going to need, well, I'm not going to say anything more. I'll wait to hear from you all about that. So that we'll hear about that next week.
Yeah, I know where you were going, Ms. Dixon, then right into phase 3. And so we'll give an update on that when we come back, but I know exactly what you're saying, and we'll give some context to your the piece that you were raising.
Okay, thank you.
Dixon, thank you, Dr. McKnight. Now we will hear from Mrs. Mondrosky, if you have a one question.
Yep. Thank you for the update. Quick question. So I'm very hopeful that this is the beginning of every student having their own device so that they can have one, even not in an emergency situation. And then obviously we would eliminate a lot of the distribution concerns that we've come up against. Have we looked into at all getting an estimate on what that will cost? And is that something that someone could provide us? And are they doing anything and looking at long-term using what we've learned from online learning this way, virtual learning, to further us be able to offer more academic course offerings in different locations once we do get back into the building?
Yes, Ms. Modorowski, our goal is that all students would have the digital tools and the connectivity that they need all the time as a regular part of the school experience, and that we wouldn't have to do, as you indicate, emergency provision of this in the future. And so we've done some initial reviews to give you some of the budget numbers that we've talked about. If we, continue to use Chromebooks, or if we look at gradually changing to a different device, and I'm not suggesting we should. I'm just saying all of those things have to be considered, as well as what we do with our students who are our youngest learners and what's most appropriate for them in terms of the digital world. We also have to think about the professional development that adults need to do just what you were describing in terms of how to manage this environment in a world where right now it's an emergency stay-at-home order, but what if adults can be in the school building, but students can only be there in small numbers or not at all? And how do we do that? How do we make sure they're properly social distanced? And so all of those pieces. So it's not just about putting everyone online and leaving them in their living room. It's more about how do we bring students back into brick and mortar schools, and then how do we appropriately bring school back up and running for some students and then all students in the future, and how will that look? And there are a great many questions there, but yours are exactly the questions we're grappling with right now, and that we are forming work groups right now in the school system made up of stakeholders, association partners, advocacy groups. Dr. McKnight has already been meeting with many of them, and I've been meeting with many of them with her around these questions and how we move forward.
Great, thank you.
And Dr. Smith, I think you mentioned earlier, we also shared those numbers with the county council last week as well.
Yes, we did. Yep.
Mm-hmm. That was a good question, Ms. Mondrowski. So next we will go to Ms. Wolf.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say that I think you all have done a yeoman's job. I know that you have been working around the clock. And as Shebra always says, we're so proud to be associated with you. I think we're way ahead of the curve on this digital learning. And I believe that if we have to continue in the fall, we will have a good jump start on what to do and what not to do. So I hope you're keeping a little book about what's really working and what's not working, so that when we get there, and I'm sure we may be there in September, we'll be ahead of the game. Thank you.
I was in a meeting a couple of weeks ago where Dr. McKnight asked some staff members to go ahead and start creating that book. I think the only thing I would add is it's going to be a very big book, I think.
It will be an online resource. Let's say that.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes, I don't really have any question, just some general comments. You know, it really is an extraordinary situation for all of us. I mean, I've been on the board 21 years, and I have to say, I never, ever could have dreamed that the school system would be facing this situation. And, you know, I realize that an essential part of reopening the economy really is sending kids back to school. I mean, not only just the kids are missing their education, but many parents need to go back to work and when that time comes, are counting on the schools to provide normalcy for their children. It just, you know, I too want to thank everybody for their efforts. It really is building the plane as we're flying it. And I know that's an overused metaphor these days, but it is true. Many school systems have just thrown up their hands and said, okay, we're not going to provide any more online instruction for the balance of this year. We can't do it, whether it's our technology infrastructure, our staff are not prepared. And I know I hear a desire from parents, some who want more online instruction, who feel we're not delivering enough, and others who express frustration of their role as teacher and having to help their children. There is no perfect solution right now. And then our double challenge will be the fact that resources are going to be challenged The governor vetoed Kerwin, and while it wouldn't have really kicked in with additional resources this year, it would have in the future. But also tied to that was the Build to Learn Act and the desperately needed construction dollars. So we have so many challenges before us, and I really have to thank all of you and our central office folks and all of our teachers, many of whom are going so far above and beyond the call of duty, our support staff, our administrators. These are incredibly challenging times, and our community has been writing to us with very, very thoughtful, lengthy suggestions, and I hope that they continue to share their thoughts and comments, because no one person has the answer to everything. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill. Dr. Daka.
I don't know. I've been in education for over 50 years. I've seen the classroom. I've been an adult trainer, administrator as the assistant principal and the principal. And I just wanted to say how well the leadership team has thought things out and the kinds of things that they were able to do with the meals. It's 1.7 million, but you also added extra space, extra places for parents to go, realizing that they just couldn't go to the high schools because some of them have to walk too far and they have young kids besides that. You just really have thought about many things, and having double meals on Thursday is really very helpful. And I just looked in the paper and found that we're feeding families as well as our own students. I mean, it's an issue with everyone, this whole period that we're going through. And also, as an insider in the school system, I think the wellness teams and the academic teams in the schools are reaching out to students that perhaps we hadn't reached out to before, but we are really doing our best to do that, to keep them involved and to keep them up. And the fourth marking period, even in an ordinary year, is not very easy to do. There were standardized tests that have to be done. It was the closing up of the school year. Students had many projects that were due maybe before, but they were being done during the fourth marking period. We had to get ready for graduation. Of course, that was a little bit earlier than the end of the school year, but there's just so many things going on in that period, and with the overlay of the health concerns that we have and the concerns about our students being out, and how much work the teachers are putting in, because I know the teachers are contacting families. Some are going to the homes, some of them are reaching them through internet and telephone. So there's a lot going on, even though it's not a regular year. And it just adds to the burden that the school system has. And I do want to thank everyone for the kinds of work that you've been doing at every level in this school system. So thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we have one more question from Mrs. Mondrosky.
Yeah, just I want to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues and all of the thanks. You guys have worked so hard. Two things that I would like to kind of clarify. One, I know that we did send out an email, or a memo to the community and our staff about the arts and specials, but I every once in a while, like yesterday, still hear from a couple people. Could someone just clarify that, we will be still continuing with arts and specials and how that's going to look? And then my other aspect of it was I've received a bunch of concerns about the multiple learning platforms and equal time with teachers, especially at the secondary level. And I was hoping maybe someone could just speak briefly to how we're addressing those things.
Sure, Ms. Mondrosky.
Dr. McKnight, I'll address the multiple platforms if you'll address the specials and art and music question, okay?
Sure.
Ms. Mondrosky, that is, we have used multiple platforms in our school system. We were using them when the schools were closed, the school buildings were closed back on March 13th. It's not a problem when everything's in school. It becomes much more of a challenge when students are working entirely in a remote manner. And so that is one of the conversations that Dr. McKnight and I have had. And we've had that conversation also with our associations and our leadership team here in the central office. And as we build the superstructure to build out what this recovery and return will look like, it is one of those questions that we need to address and talk about. It does have a significant budgetary impact though, because you not only have to buy a unified platform, you also have to have tremendous amounts of professional learning for all staff members who need to be able to use it, access it, or will depend on it in some way as part of their job. And so it will be a significant effort, both in resources and in adult learning and then in student learning.
So so we can't do everything in because I'm hearing really good things about the My MCPS classroom. I didn't know if that was possible to just do everything in that, but.
And that may well be what we need to do. I don't know that it will support all disciplines though in the way that we want them supported. So we'll probably have to supplement in different ways because of the different nature of different disciplines. And then also the recovery, how quickly and how many students we can bring back into brick and mortar schools for what purposes. Because you think about the difference between an English class, an AP chemistry class, and a drama class. And then where does PE fit in there? And so that it will require, whatever we do, it will require a lot of work to make it cohesive so it hangs together and coherent so it all makes sense to the users. I use the example, last week there was one particular day over about 12 hours, I was on 5 different platforms. And by the end of the day at 6:30 that night, I literally wanted to throw my iPad across the room. I couldn't even find the mute button because they're all slightly different or somewhat different. And so it is a challenge and it's something we've got to address as a school system. So Dr. McKnight?
Sure. Mrs. Mandrowski, I'll address your first question. Thank you so much for raising that. This was a great opportunity to clarify. So we sent out some guidance as we started a second phase, just to get everyone up to date in terms of what was continuing in from phase 1 and what would start new in phase 2. And there was one document in which we just clarified everyone's role. And somehow the messages got confused in that one document that may have given some the thought that we were not going to continue with music, art, and PE programs. That was never a consideration for us. We know many of our students look forward to those opportunities, as they did when they were in school and depend on a lot of the arts in so many ways. So we definitely clarified that with all of the staff so that everyone would understand that we were never going to not offer those courses and that we would continue to do it in phase 2 and we'll continue to do so in phase 3. So thank you for raising that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. I will ask if there are any other board members that have any questions, like a second question they want to ask. If not, we'll continue on. Ms. Sebastian, your head no.
I just wanted to clarify that we are going to continue the conversation with continuity of learning after the break, correct? Because I do have questions about that, but I see the agenda has us touching on that after the break. Is that correct?
That is correct. There will be extensive conversation after the break about different issues.
I'll hold my questions.
Okay. Ms. Dixon, I saw your line pop up. Did you want to have a question?
No, I'll wait as well.
Okay. Mr. Tinbite, you shake your head no. Okay. Ms. Wolf? Okay. Mrs. O'Neill? Dr. Daka? Okay. All right. So we can move on. We're actually ahead. It's 12:58. Our break isn't until 1:35. So did we want to go on with continuity of learning, which is it's after recess. I don't know how long you wanted to talk.
Ms. Evans, that's a pretty substantial report. So if it's possible for the board to take the break at this point and then let that all fit together as one cohesive piece, will that work?
It will. It's 12:59. We can say at 1 o'clock, we can take a 15-minute break. So we can break now and come back at 1:15. You don't have to leave the meeting. You can turn your video off and you can mute it. That will be easier for people to come right back online. But yes, we can go ahead at this moment. So I'll let our audience know we'll be back in 15 minutes. We're taking a 15-minute break a little bit earlier, and then we'll come back and resume our agenda.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Good afternoon. We are back from our break, and we are on the next item on the agenda, which is item 8. We're discussing continuity of learning, and I will turn it over to either Dr. McKnight or Dr. Smith.
Dr. McKnight.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, board members. We are going to start with our continuity of learning overview. Today in our overall discussion, we have a number of things that we will need to do before we move into the continuity of learning plan. I'll first start by just reviewing where we started and where we are right now. So, of course, transition from phase 1 to phase 2. We started in phase 1, just transitioning to an online platform, and that was from March 30th to April 17th. And then we transitioned into phase 2, which is where we currently are right now, from April 19th, and we will continue phase 2 through May 15th. And phase 2 is our continuity of learning plan that will end at the end of this week, but it's focused on several things. One, it was an opportunity for us to introduce new content at the elementary and secondary levels, to schedule check-in times to engage students in additional instruction and reteaching and support through web conferences, email, and digital platforms. We also provided weekly professional development for staff to support them as they continue to transition into this new online platform. And we have a continuation of social emotional learning for students and staff occurring in phase 2. Speaking more specifically at the levels, I'll talk a little bit about elementary and the student and staff schedules. So our elementary students spend anywhere from 11 to 13.45 hours per week engaging in live classroom meetings, completing assignments, and viewing materials. Math lessons occur for them 3 days a week. Literacy lesson occur 2 days a week for our elementary students, which does include a daily independent reading time. And as I mentioned earlier, art, music, and physical education lessons actually work out best for whatever suits the needs of the family, but those classes are offered to our students. For phase 2, elementary science resources were introduced on May 4th. So this is an opportunity for students to engage independently with these resources as classroom teachers continue to focus on literacy and mathematics instruction. And as we move into phase 3, we're going to be sharing updated guidance on how we want to continue to provide those resources so that students can engage with science, as well as adding in resources for social studies. Speaking specifically about our secondary students and staff schedules, in general, secondary students are receiving 1 to 2 meaningful assignments each week in each course, and they are working for up to 4 hours each day. The total time students engaged in learning activities is really determined by the course level and the full range of assignments that the students receive in all of their various subjects. So new content assignments have been provided to students in all core courses and electives each week at the secondary level. Independent work, teacher planning, and parent communication occurs. Students connect with and receive support and feedback from their teachers during live check-ins according to the local school schedule. And so we did provide flexibility for each school to be able to make some adjustments in their schedule so that classes would not overlap. The scheduled check-ins are important times for the students to connect with their teachers and engage in additional learning and receive support as needed. So that's where we are with phase 2. Phase 3, which will begin on May 18th and will continue through June 15th, is really our plan to be able to close out the year. So last week, as you know, Governor Larry Hogan and Dr. Karen Salmon, our state superintendent, extended the school closure beyond May 15th and have extended us closing until the end of the school year. So this is when we will enter in phase 3 of our continuity of learning plan beginning on May 18th. So as we transition into phase 3 of the continuity of learning plan, there will be several things that I'd like to highlight for you that will be the main focus of this phase. One, we're going to clarify expectations for staff around teaching and as we make adjustments to resources that we will make available in phase 3, schedules, and then we're going to continue to provide a wide variety of professional development opportunities for our staff. We're going to collect artifacts of student progress that's aligned to the standards of focus during continuity of learning. So examples of those will be artifacts of student work samples. They'll be used for us to really make some, for teachers to make some recommendations in regards to who are the students that we want to invite specifically into our recovery programs, like early learning opportunities in summer and things like that. So we, speaking about the recovery plan, MCPS is going to co-construct our recovery plan and reentry plan with all stakeholders, and that includes our associations, teachers, support staff, parents, and community members so that they can be involved in this conversation and help us really construct a recovery plan that focuses on those students who will need that recovery time given the management of COVID-19, and to also help us map out from everything that we have learned from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and the recovery, and combine that with the health guidances given at that time. What will all of this inform us in terms of our planning for school in the fall? So phase 3 is going to lead directly into the recovery plan, which will outline, again, summer learning and how MCPS is going to proceed with operating in the fall, given the DHHS and the governor's guidance. So with that, I'm also going to share that in phase 3, include guidance, as I mentioned earlier, to staff and students about retrieving items that were left in buildings when they left in March and expected to be able to come back. So we have a team that's working on that, and we're working to make sure that they understand how we will do this in the most safe and manageable way, but make sure that everyone does get what they need. We've also gathered feedback from stakeholders, particularly our students, and will share specifics around graduation processes in phase 3. The immediate action based on health guidance is that there will be a universal graduation ceremony through a virtual platform connected to an individual school ceremony. But we're going to have more information coming later this week and to next week, sharing more specific details regarding this plan. And we'll, of course, discuss this more at our May 28th board meeting. The other thing that I'd like to highlight for phase 3 is, as you know, when we approach the end of any school year, whether we were in a normal circumstance or the circumstances as of now, it's going to be really important for us to differentiate based on all the things that impact students navigating closing out the year. For instance, we always differentiate regardless of the circumstance for our seniors, knowing that there are some things that they're going to have to tie up sooner in preparation for graduation or to give them time to get prepared for transitioning into their next level of career or college. And so we are taking that into consideration, and we're working with our building leaders and staff to do just that and make those adjustments based on the lessons that they've learned over the past few years of working with seniors and how that applies to this platform. I'll also say that, this also prepares the secondary level, particularly on how you close out a quarter. So again, if we were in normal circumstances, phase 3 would lead us right into secondary, may in some ways looking like what it looked like in phase 1, which is making sure we're providing students an opportunity to complete assignments and make up work, and teachers being able to give feedback so that they are making use of that time appropriately. And then of course, for our elementary students, in the normal circumstances, they have structures, they use some opportunities to do really creative projects. And so again, we'll provide opportunities for our staff and our leaders of the buildings to think about the best ways to accommodate that online while giving them the structure as we close out the school year to still feel very supported by the students and staff going into the summer. So those are some things that I wanted to capture, just to, we are taking nuances that we've learned from our experience as educators over time that will be put into consideration as we develop this, as we go through this platform of online learning for phase 3. And again, leaving lots of room for our schools to be creative and differentiate as we close out the last few weeks of school, while again, also making sure our students get what they need. And so I'll now talk a little bit about monitoring student engagement and student well-being. That continues to be a priority as a part of the continuity of learning plan. we've implemented a comprehensive student engagement monitoring program that includes multiple data sources and mobilizes staff and resources across the district to meet individual student and family needs. The MCPS student engagement team has 3 phases. Phase 1 focuses on analyzing and tracking individual student engagement at school and the central office level. Phase 2, creating agile outreach and case management action plans to address student needs. And phase 3, analyzing the quality of student engagement in addition to quantifying student engagement. So again, I wanted to put these phases out there to you so that everyone would understand that we are really focusing on a case management approach to seeing who's engaging, how they are engaging, and then how we're supporting their engagement along the way based on what we learn from the different circumstances and consequences that may be impacting our students and families. So we spoke about this at our last meeting, but MCPS has been able to generate a digital footprint for in data analysis for each student. And we initially did that from March 30th through April 17th. We're going to have a second round of student engagement data that will be that will run, and that data will reflect the engagement during the first 2 weeks of the 4th marking period. It is important to note that the engagement in our continuity of learning program can happen in a number of ways. Our students and parents are connecting with teachers through email, telephone, text, paper packet materials in so many ways. And so we just have to make sure that we're taking the time to ensure that all students are accounted for in the engagement data. Just because we may have a student who logs in online and it may look like they're not engaging. Well, if they're engaging in a paper packet, then that's information that we'll get that will look differently. So we just have to make sure we have that information organized so that it is accurate and we are reporting appropriately. So for students who are not successfully engaged in the digital or other engagement strategies that we've put in place, we have coordinated support across the office and school building teams to really focus on the academic and the student well-being that has to occur. And that's done by the academic and student well-being support team. In the school buildings, that includes the administrators, the school counselors, and teachers in partnership with the pupil personnel workers, parent community coordinators, ESOL entitlement specialists, and special education coordinators, all working together to develop strategic outreach plans. They ensure that the families have the resources they need to effectively engage in the continuity of learning. So that's where we break down any barriers that we can address as a system to make sure they're not standing in the way of students engaging. The Office of Family Support and Engagement is providing well checks and linking students and families to Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions and outside resources to assist them to enable engagement in the continuity of learning plan. In addition, our principals, counselors, PPWs, and parent community coordinators are helping to deliver technology to neighborhoods and community centers. So they are providing support in translating materials, troubleshooting barriers to engage, and really are just willing to go above and beyond to make sure that our students have what they need and that they break down the barriers that may get into the way of engagement. So we applaud them for their work. And again, knowing the families and the needs best have really put us in a position to leverage those relationships that have already existed with our families so that they feel comfortable sharing what the needs may be and how we can support them moving forward. So that then brings us to the plan for grading and reporting for the remainder of the 19-20 school year. The plan for grading and reporting for the remainder of the school year 2019 to 2020 requires changes in grading practices at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. MCPS will share guidance and consideration to the board that will result in the board taking the following action in these areas. 1, school guidance for reporting grades in marking period 4. Secondly, elementary school final grade calculation for students in grades 2 through 5. Third, middle school final grade calculation for full year non-credit bearing courses. And fourth, there will be 5 options for the calculation and reporting of grades in semester 2 for secondary students taking credited courses, including middle school students taking courses for high school credit. So at the end of this section of the agenda, 9.2 grading and reporting, we will have discussion and action items, and I will summarize the actions to be taken. Please note that 9.3 section of this agenda is a separate discussion action item that specifically focuses on the plan for high school credits required of our graduating seniors in the class of 2020. So now you're going to hear from Dr. Navarro, options for elementary, middle, and high school for grading and reporting. Upon the conclusion of this part of the presentation, the board will need to make a decision and take action. Dr. Navarro, I'll turn it over to you at this time.
Dr. McKnight, before we get started and we go into that, can I just make sure board members don't have questions around the continuity of learning that you just talked about?
Absolutely.
Okay, sure. We'll start with Mr. Tinbite. Okay,
Nope.
Ms. Dixon.
I just quickly wanted to say that, I appreciate you all breaking down the plan. I've heard from students who have said that it's been a really smooth transition in the continuity of learning over the past few weeks. So I really just wanted to say thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. We'll go around the table. Ms. Dixon.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Mrs. Mondrowski.
Yeah, thanks. Very quickly, I've heard that, a lot of our schools are doing a really great job of laying out the expectations for the week, the due dates, grade implications for each class, and whatnot. Are we doing anything to look at more consistency or better consistency across schools and how they're doing that? Or is it really just up to each school and teacher?
And before they respond, the questions I hope are in response to item 8, not 9. We haven't got to that yet. This is item
I thought about
8.
The
No, we haven't got there because we haven't
Okay.
suspended anything. So I'm talking about item 8. That's what we started on when we came back from recess. Were there any questions or comments around item 8? You can shake your head, board members, if you so I can see you. Okay, Ms. Silvestri.
Dr. McKnight, you mentioned recommending students for the recovery program of the future. Could you expand a little bit about what that entails, how teachers or administrators would go about doing that?
Sure. So we are looking at a number of different artifacts that we're using in different courses or looking at student work that we put out that teachers are using right now and determining which selections of those assignments that are being given that we can specifically be able to pull from to say these are students who may benefit from that recovery. Of course, this involves conversations with the teachers as well. They normally do make recommendations about students who would benefit from our summer program. And so, of course, they'll have a special eye in knowing who those students were and think about how they've been able to progress or not progress as they would have liked them to on the online platform. And so they'll be a big part of that discussion as well. And so based on a number of assignments and assessments that we work with our teachers on, they'll be making recommendations for those students who would be able to continue to support looking at. So we're essentially using our curriculum tools and other data to help us determine that.
Okay.
Great as usual.
Okay. So we'll allow you to continue on. But I just wanted to make sure people didn't have questions around item 8. Ms. Williams? Okay.
I have one question. It's around engagement. Now, is their engagement with the materials that are on the website, or is that sort of attendance at their class time? And is there a difference? Are you making a difference between attendance and engagement?
So it's actually a combination of a number of those things. And that's why I highlighted earlier that, we needed to make sure, one, we're looking at how students are engaging with the materials, but also making sure we see who are the students that are connecting with their teachers and others. The perfect example I can give is there may be a schedule that's put out for a student, and I'll use a secondary student specifically, who may not be able to meet during the time that, a specific group is meeting. They may be caring for younger siblings and helping them on the online platform, but are still completing the assignments and turning it in to the teacher. And so again, that engagement piece, we have to look at from multiple perspectives to make sure we're providing the flexibility and opportunity for students to engage. But most importantly, we want to make sure that we are having that touch, and those who we don't hear from or who are not engaging academically nor engaging online are the ones that we're focusing in on. And if I miss anything, Dr. Wilson, please feel free to chime in.
Okay, I guess I was thinking about, and I'm just looking at this schedule for, and I'm only aware of kindergarten, but I wonder what the teachers do that have kindergarten children in our system. If they have to be, if they're a kindergarten teacher and they have to be online at the same time, what does engagement look like for them and their kids?
Right. And so Ms. Wolf, I think what you just elevated continues to speak to why we've said this cannot be a one size fits all model. We've given flexibility around how often we'd like for engagement to happen, and a window of time in which teachers can engage with those students. And of course, that's into consideration with an opportunity where students will have the support at home to be able to do that. Or it also, I'm sure, depends on, like you said, the teacher who may have a child or 2 or 3 who are at home and learning online themselves. And so that's why we've tried to work really hard with staying in that middle ground of giving the schools the flexibility with the schedules to make sure, one, there's not overlapping of classes, but to also ensure those very things that you're talking about. And there's flexibility in teachers who have to navigate being teachers and parents. So.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll let Maria move on, that way we can start asking questions that are associated. And Mrs. O'Neill, if you're talking, you're on mute. No one can hear you.
I thought I had unmuted. I had a question. Thank you for at least briefly mentioning graduation, because I know that there had been a lot of people in the community, most importantly, our seniors, who were holding out a little glimmer of hope that we would have in-person graduation this season. And I realize that we will have an in-depth conversation on May 28th. But just to clarify, so universal graduation essentially is going to be a virtual graduation, but there will be individual school participation so that it will be equitable, correct?
Correct, Ms. O'Neill. Actually, we did spend some time getting lots of feedback from our students and interacting with them to get their opinions heard and valued in this process. And I mean, they ultimately, yes, as we all would, that face-to-face experience this year, but are also understanding that that can happen. And so, many of them say, well, we'll wait until we're in better circumstances to do so. They also wanted to make sure it was personalized. And that's why I brought up that point about the individual school ceremonies that will be extended on to the universal ceremony, because that was also one that was very much highlighted by the students that was important to them. Dr. Wilson, anything else that I missed on that?
No, I think just the emphasis that there will be a universal MCPS celebration. We're all in this together, and then that will launch, if you will, individual celebrations for each of the 25 high schools, where they will be using many of the same components in the traditional ceremony, speeches and so forth, to honor each of the individual high schools and their students, their 2020 graduates.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Mondrosky.
I have a further question about that.
Okay, so we're still on item
Okay,
8.
well, tell me what exactly 8 is then, because I thought that 8 was about the continuity of learning and asking about how we were making sure that there was consistency in schools in expectations for our students was about continuity of learning. I thought
It is.
graduation was maybe not part of continuity of learning.
It was
So-
not. You're correct.
So
So go
what
ahead.
is what is it you want me to, what's the topic I'm allowed to ask on?
Ask the question you want to ask, and we'll stop you if that can't be answered at this time. So go ahead.
So continuing on with the graduation question, there have been concerns about consistency with that as well. Some schools have signs for their seniors, some do not. Are we looking into, how are we making sure that, all of our schools both have the individual personalized aspect that's pertinent to each of their schools, while also offering consistency? Like, can we use the funding that we would have used for the graduation buildings, for example, to support things like making sure every student gets a sign or whatever it might be?
Dr. Wilson?
Yes, thank you. We are engaged in discussions with our principals, and certainly the signs are great. And we have discovered that some of the communities, some of the high schools have elected to do the signs, but others are celebrating their graduates in innumerable other ways. Like for instance, at Gaithersburg High School, they explored the signs and they discovered that with many of their students who live in apartment complexes, the students were not allowed to post those signs on the grounds or even on their doors. So they felt that there was a better way in each individual community to look at a lot of options in order to honor their graduates. So at Gaithersburg, I believe that there's a banner at the park next to Gaithersburg High School. I think that we need to just be confident that the high schools are honoring their graduates in a variety of ways, and also, making sure that they're being culturally proficient in doing so, given the uniqueness of each school population.
Okay, I've gotten some notices from people who have said that their PTAs were told that they can't do something, and so they were upset because they knew other schools were doing it. And I just want to make sure we understand how we're clarifying that for people.
Sure, if I can chime in. If those people contact you, Ms. Morawski, just refer them to Dr. McKnight or me or Dr. Wilson, and we'll follow up with them.
Perfect. I know they're listening, so I will.
Yeah. I know as recently as this morning, all 25 high school principals were on talking about how do you manage and balance this is an age-old question with all graduations, the uniformity of a class and the uniqueness of each individual and of a school. So they're working hard on that. And by the time we get to the 1st of June, I think they will all be in a very good place that is both unique to their school and their community, but celebrating everybody in the entire county. Because I've been privy to a lot of conversations and a lot of presentations on the early thinking of all of this from staff, parents, students, all sorts of people.
And when we get the update at the next meeting, or when we talk about it on the 28th, I guess it is, we will get a better understanding about the universal aspect of what we're doing, as well as the individual ceremonies. Yeah. Great,
yes.
Thank you.
28th.
Yes, you will.
Thank you.
All right.
I just wanted to add that the principals did, indicate we have lots of apartment complexes all over the county, and that became a logistical piece for them. But I did want to say that in some cases, the parent, student, teacher groups did purchase. Sometimes in some schools, students and families were asked to purchase. And so in these economic times, that certainly was a little bit of a concern. So I think my closing remark there is that just please be assured that they are looking at that uniqueness that Dr. Smith talked about and honoring their graduates in a variety of ways.
I appreciate that. Hopefully we can use some of the funds, like I said, that weren't being spent on locations to make sure that kids aren't being asked to pay for anything extra.
We will definitely follow up on that and make sure
we'll follow up.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. So at this time, we can move to item 9. our items of
So-
discussion.
President Evans, I hate to interrupt. There was one slide that I neglected to mention earlier, and it was slide 8, relevant governing policies.
Sure.
So I'm so sorry. I wanted to go back to that because that one's pretty important based on our discussion today. So of all slides, that is definitely not one that I wanted to be able to skip. So at this point, before the board goes into discussion and action, I just wanted to point out that there are relevant governing policies that will have to be addressed today. Board policy BFA around policy setting allows the board to temporarily suspend any policies that really are that are impacted through extenuating circumstances, which we would, I think, all agree that we're in that right now. And so with that, we also need to look at a number of other policies related to this discussion, board policy, grading and reporting, as well as a few others. And so I am going to ask Dr. Smith to just give some comments about the governing policies before we move specifically into the board discussion.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. So obviously the foundation of our school system would be our policy manual. And certainly no one knows more about this policy manual than Pat O'Neill in the county or in the state, as a person who has been working with policies now for more than 2 decades. But the foundation of this, I just want to point out that once again, the operational excellence of Montgomery County comes into play here, because at some point long before this circumstance could ever have been imagined, someone put into this policy that governs policy setting that the board can temporarily suspend all or part of any individual policy when there's a change in law or exigent circumstance with systemic implications. And this is certainly the situation here. And while it's important to think about a suspension as a short-term stopping of something, we don't want to go back and change policy at this time because we don't know what it should be. And changing policy is a very protocol-driven system, and that's very important. And we may change some of these policies in the future as a school system, and the board may take that action and make that decision. But right now, this policy on policy setting gives the flexibility of the board to make some decisions today about how to move forward in the best interest of our students, our schools, and our school system. So just wanted to draw your attention to that as we get ready for this next conversation.
So, Ms. O'Neill?
Yes, Ms. Evans, I think that's my cue to begin the discussion, following up on Dr. Smith and Dr. McKnight's comments. Back in 2005, following 9/11, the DC sniper, Hurricane Isabel, the Board of Education thought, well, we may have some emergency that might require us to suspend all or part of our policies or some of policies. So we added in the provision, and we thought that emergency, it's not just garden variety emergency, but really the word we settled on was exigent circumstances, hence the provision in policy BFA that gives us that ability. And on March 5th, Governor Hogan declared a state of emergency due to the catastrophic nature of the COVID-19 health emergency. And on May 6th, the state superintendent of schools announced the closure of the Maryland school systems for the balance of this school year. And so with Dr. Smith has asked us to enact policy BFA and suspend temporarily some policies. And so with that, I'm going to read to you a resolution, and bear with me. Whereas the Montgomery County Board of Education policy BFA policy setting allows the board to suspend all or part of any individual policy when there is a change in law or exigent circumstances. And whereas the orders issued by Governor Hogan and State Superintendent Salmon present exigent circumstances that have resulted in MCPS transition to remote learning for students district-wide. And whereas board policy IKA grading and reporting, which sets forth the requirements for evaluating and reporting student progress, it must be suspended given the transition to remote learning, and to allow the board and MCPS administration to choose alternative options for grading. And whereas Board of Education policy IED, framework and structure of high school education, and MCPS regulation IS, it's a ITEST, R-RA high school graduation requirements require the high school high school students complete 22 credits in order to graduate, a requirement that is more stringent than the high school graduation requirements inspired by the Maryland State Board of Education and by the Code of Maryland Regulations, COMAR 13A.02.02.1. And whereas the Maryland State Board of Education convened on April 14th, 2020, and granted certain waivers from the Code of Maryland Regulation and confirmed that COMAR setting section 13A.03.02.01 allows for the local superintendents to waive additional graduation requirements in their school system beyond the 21 credits required by the state. And whereas the Board of Education policy IQD, academic eligibility for extracurricular activities, which establishes the academic eligibility standards for secondary students' participation in extracurricular activities, should be suspended given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on students' grade point averages, and with recognition that participation in athletics and extracurricular activities allows students the opportunity to receive additional support and promote the mental, physical, and social emotional well-being. And whereas board policy CFB, public charter schools, outlines that authorizes the superintendent to establish a process and format for the submission of applications, including application deadlines and timelines, and MCPS regulation CFB-RA establishes an application date that is the first business day in April of each school year for schools seeking to open in August or September of the following calendar year. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby temporarily suspends board policy IKA in its entirety and paragraph C C2 of policy IED for the remainder of the 2019-20 school year. And the board further temporarily suspends policy IQD for the fourth marking period of the 2019-2020 school year and through the first semester of 2020-2021 school year. The timelines for the application and review process in the outlined in board policy CFB is suspended until after phase 3 of the Maryland Strong Roadmap to Recovery Plan has been reached, and be further resolved that the Board of Education directs the superintendent, in the absence of these policies, to implement decisions and develop guidelines that take into account the principles of equity, the fact that teachers are being asked to provide high quality instruction remotely, which is a new strategy that many teachers are employing for the first time, and the potential negative impact of the stress of the COVID-19 that COVID-19 may have on our students' grades. The Board of Education further requests that the superintendent of schools work with the Board of Education to establish a new timeline for the submission and review of charter school applications to begin after phase 3 of the Maryland Strong Roadmap to Recovery has been reached.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Thank you, Mrs. O'Neill. All in favor? Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Dr. Daka?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Silvestri?
Yes.
Mrs. Mondrosky?
Yes.
Mr. Tinbite?
Yes.
From me as well, Mrs. Evans, that is unanimous. And so now we can go to discussion on 9.2.
Yes, so Ms. Evans, I will take it there again really quickly before I transition to Dr. Navarro. So I'll just begin. There are going to be some specific guidance and considerations that's going to result in the board's action based on this conversation is getting prepared to happen. And that's going to be on reporting grades for marking period 4. Again, elementary school final grade calculations for grades 2 through 5. Middle school final calculations for full year non-credit bearing courses, and then 5 options for the calculation and reporting of grades in semester 2 for secondary students taking credited courses, including middle school students taking high school courses. So at the end of this, we'll come back and just make sure we're clear on all of the actions that will be taken after we've had discussion. And again, 9.3 will be a separate item, as I believe President Evans has already noted. So I'm going to ask Dr. Navarro at this time to share options for elementary, middle, and high school for grading and reporting. And upon the conclusion of that presentation, the board will be able to make decisions and take actions. And we'll follow up after Dr. Navarro.
So good afternoon, board members. Thank you for having us back to give you an update about grading and reporting, and also to come forward. Dr. Wilson will be joining me, following me, to discuss options that we bring forward to the board. But in the meantime, from the last time that we spoke regarding this topic of grading and reporting, we've had additional stakeholder engagement. As you know, the board has received extensive numbers of emails, and thank you to the board office for forwarding that information to Dr. Wilson and myself. Our offices have also received a lot of feedback from parents, students, and staff regarding the options and opportunities and what it means for them and what they feel it means for all students and what is fair moving forward. We've also heard a lot from higher education since the last time we came to you. A lot more higher ed institutions are posting to potential attendees in the fall or later on that they're looking at admissions processes that really take into account that many communities, many students were negatively impacted through this transition. And so they are very much communicating with prospective students around the fact that admissions processes will not be hindered based on an individual's difficulty through this time. And so they themselves are looking internally at their processes. We've given additional guidance to schools as we started phase 2 for marking period 4 around how to support the learning of students during this time, continue the engagement, and then more importantly, how to take a look at grading during this time, and I'll speak about that in one moment. And our staff has been, as you heard from the work of the academic and student well-being teams, has continued to engage students and supported students that were that had incompletes for marking period 3, so that even during marking period 4, we are giving extensions so that students can work on those assignments. And we have students that, as few students as possible that have an incomplete in their grades. And then, as you will see today, we've been getting a lot of feedback and working with staff to develop the options for grading and reporting that we're going to talk a little bit more today. So moving forward, as I mentioned before, we issued marking period 4 guidance to our schools, in particular our secondary schools, letting them know that for marking period 4, we would move to a pass or incomplete instead of traditional grading. I believe that one of our speakers, I think it was a student speaker this morning, nicely showed a chart where it showed the alignment of all of our school districts in Maryland, how in the 4th marking period, almost every school district, actually I think all school districts, had taken the same action of really having that 4th marking period be more around passing and engagement of students for the last marking period. We've also given guidance that we wanted to look at multiple measures. Some of the conversations earlier today have spoken deeply around the importance of engagement, and that students are engaging, as Dr. McKnight mentioned, in a multitude of ways. They could be engaging not necessarily through their Zoom meeting times as we are meeting, but they could be engaging by completing assignments individually, emailing assignments directly to the teachers. They could be uploading, if they're younger students, they could be also uploading assignments that they take from packets and send them to their particular teacher. They could be in the chat rooms, blogging and sending information to their teacher. So there's a multitude of ways in which our staff and our students are engaging and communicating. And so when we look at guidance for 4th marking period, what constitutes a passing, we really wanted to elevate that assignment completion and sort of those traditional grading factors really did not align well with our current situation. And we needed to look at these multiple measures. Also, we know that students are able to take assignments and really demonstrate what they know. And so we wanted to elevate that option. And of course, teacher professional judgments. Our teachers know our students very well, and our teachers support our students every single day. And they know in many instances a lot about what realities they may be facing during this time. And so we wanted to make sure we kept the teacher professional judgment, and we looked at a series of multiple measures before issuing what constitutes a passing for 4th marking period. If we can talk next slide. Thank you. If we can talk about our work in elementary schools, if you recall, we came forward to the board with a recommendation that we would do no reporting of grades for marking period 4. We really wanted to work on engagement. We have a unified curriculum that all students are seeing right now, and materials that they are that they're all aligned, that the students are working with, but we really didn't want it to be about grading. We wanted it to be about engagement, learning, communicating, making those connections with teachers, and continuing learning in a different setting and through different modalities. So we bring forward the recommendation in terms of what grading would ultimately look like, a final grade at the elementary level for students in grades 2 to 5. And you see below that the final letter grade be based on the average of marking period 1, marking period 2, and marking period 3. And just to note for you, if you recall, our kindergartners and first graders would follow the current grading, if you will, that we currently use, which is a standards-based approach, which really only denotes whether the student is proficient, meaning they're meeting the standards, whether they're in progress or also not yet. And so we're not recommending any changes to that, because that's a very standards-based approach to grading, if you will. But for students in 2nd through 5th grade, we are recommending for consideration for the board that the final letter grade be based on the first 3 marking periods of grades that the students had. As we move to middle school, thank you. As we move to middle school, we have most of the courses obviously in middle school are full year courses. And as we look at the grades that students received, we have grades for marking periods 1, 2, and 3. And of course, as I mentioned previously, we're working on any incompletes that students may have during marking period 4. Marking period 4 is about having the grades really be about passing the marking period. And so our recommendation that we bring forward is the recommendation of a final letter grade based on marking period 1, 2, and 3, or higher depending on that 4th marking period. One thing to note is we do have high school courses such as in mathematics and the world languages and the technology courses that are high school credits, but that are earned in middle school. And those particular courses would follow whatever the recommendation or the approval that the board votes on for the high school options that are coming up next. So with that, I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Dr. Wilson, who will talk about the high school semester options. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. It's certainly my pleasure to bring forward to you 5 options for your consideration today. As the board heard recommendation for using the past incomplete for 4th quarter to ensure that we maximally engage students during 4th quarter, which started April 20th and will continue to the last day of school for all students except for seniors. And their last day is May 22nd, 2020. When the past incomplete for 4th quarter was shared with the board on April 21st, 2020, at the business meeting, it generated a great deal of interest, as you know. Lots of curiosity, lots of ideas were shared with the board, upwards of approximately 2,000 emails we received on what we were going to do in terms of issuing a past incomplete and how that would look for the final marking period. While we know our peer districts made decisions weeks ago, it's our belief that this input from our stakeholders has led us to some sound options for the board to consider. Today, we have 5 options for you to consider, and these options are based on some components, and the components are a universal pass incomplete as the final semester grade. Students will receive a final letter grade that is the same as their 3rd marking period grade. Students receive a final letter grade that is 1 letter higher than their 3rd marking period grade. And then the last component that will create our options is the students have an option of reviewing a final letter grade or a pass incomplete. Could you back up 1 slide, please? Thank you. So there's a couple of considerations before we take a look at the options. The first consideration is that this is the first time we've been in a situation where we are issuing a pass incomplete, as Dr. Navarro shared as the recommendation. One thing that's very important for the board to know is that when students are issued an incomplete, the Maryland State Board of Education did waive the 45-day grade change rule, which will allow us to continue to work with our students to make sure that these incompletes are converted to a grade. And we have all the way to January 1st, 2021 to do that for our students. The other thing to be mindful of is that we will be placing a COVID-19 marker onto the transcripts for the 2019-2020 school year when activity has been posted to their transcript. While COVID-19 will be fresh in our minds for the next couple of years, this is particularly important for students who are in an algebra class in 8th grade. And as they wind forward and they take their transcript to a college, and the college sees that pass in combination with some letter grades, that would cause some wondering, because our memories do fade fast sometimes, but maybe not around COVID-19. But we want to make sure that that marker is placed on transcripts for that review. So let's move on to option 1. As we think about option 1, I want to remind everyone that these options were guided by our principles. Do no harm, making sure that we have a lens on the student's well-being. We wanted to err on the side of the student. We wanted to add value at a time when there's very little in our control, let alone the student's control. We also wanted to reduce our stress for families and also make sure that we didn't have a negative impact on students' academic standing. So option 1 awards a letter grade for marking period 3. And as been discussed, we're going to assume a pass as we go through these options. The student receives a pass, and the final grade for the semester would be a pass. In this particular scenario, the cumulative GPA would stop at the end of semester 1 in terms of the calculation. This does not provide the experience of traditional grading systems that MCPS community is very much accustomed to. And everyone gets the same. It's a universal marker for successfully completing a course in accordance to the rubric that Dr. Navarro shared. And of course, this would apply to all students. Next slide, please. Option 2 involves issuing a grade as the final. Again, the letter grade for marking period 3 is posted. We're assuming a pass. In this particular option, the student will receive the marking period average. GPA will be averaged for marking period 3. They'll be recognized for grades earned in marking period 3 until schools were initially closed and when schools reopened. And students will not be able to raise the marking period 3 grade, even if they feel that it was not an accurate representation of their grade. And what's particularly important to remember here is that we had such an abrupt end to marking period 3. And we know that our students' grades fluctuate as they move through marking periods and move through semesters. And so when we had the abrupt ending, we had a two-week closure, we ramped up our continuity of learning, there was a particular momentum that was lost. In this particular option, the only change erring on the side of the student, given the abrupt end to marking period 3, is we are suggesting that an E be converted to the D for a final grade. Option 3. In option 3, the final letter grade is higher than marking period 3. So in marking period 3, again, we issue the letter grade earned at the conclusion of marking period 3 on April 17th. We assume the pass. And in this particular scenario, the student will be able to improve the GPA. They'll be recognized for marking period 3 work because it's been included in the marking period grade for marking period 3, and we have also recommending that it be raised. And we believe that this might be a motivation for students to continue to work towards a pass. Students will be able to recover if they feel that marking period 3 was not an accurate representation of their progress during marking period 3, given the abrupt end and how we had to conclude marking period 3 some weeks later than originally intended. We also want to emphasize here that in a model such as this, every individual student receives the same benefit as most other peers. with the exception, you can see the A stays the same, B is converted to an A, C is converted to a B, D is converted to a C, and an E is converted to an D for the final grade, assuming the pass. On to option 4. Option 4 is a hybrid model. It actually uses a combination of a letter grade or a pass option for our students to choose from in terms of their final grade. Again, we issue a marking period 3 letter grade, and we are assuming a pass. In this particular scenario, the student will be able to improve their cumulative GPA, if applicable, if their grades did in fact go up. They'll have a letter grade on the transcript only if it is to their benefit. Otherwise, it would be recorded as a pass, and they would be able to take advantage of a letter grade or pass option, whichever is the benefit to the cumulative GPA. They would have different grading scale than their peers in the same class. So for instance, I could be in an Algebra 1 class, I could get a C and elect to take a pass for my grade, where my peer may take a C. So this comes down to allowing choice. Moving on to the 5th option. This is essentially a combination between options 3 and 4, where the final letter grade is higher than marking period 3, as was in option 3, or allowing a pass for choice. In this particular model option, the student will be able to improve the GPA, be recognized for marking period 3 work, but also allows the final grade to be higher than marking period 3. And it may also be motivating for our students to get the pass and continue to be engaged maximally in marking period 4. It allows the student will be able to recover if they feel that marking period 3, again, due to that abrupt end, and then the 2 weeks of having to submit assignments, the inability to become engaged because of the lack of technology, was not an accurate representation of their grade. And this student will have a letter grade on a transcript only if it is to their benefit. Otherwise, it would be reported as a pass. So in this particular situation, a student receiving an A would have a final grade of an A. A student with a B would be given the A. A C would be bumped to a B or a pass, a D to a C or a pass, and an E to a pass. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the board, to Dr. McKnight, excuse me.
You're on mute. Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Wilson. And so in summary, you just heard the options for elementary, middle, and high school for grading and reporting. The board will need to make a decision to take action on the following areas. 1, elementary school final grade calculations for students in grades 2 through 5. Middle school final grade calculations for the full year non-credit bearing courses. And then the high school options 1 through 5 that have been shared. So Ms. Evans, at this time, we will now go to board discussion and action.
Sure. Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Wilson. I'll just take a point of privilege and just say before I go into my colleagues that regardless of which option we come out with, I would like to ask the Office of Shared Accountability to do an analysis so that we can just determine as a board that there aren't any disparate outcomes for our students. So that's just my ask before we even choose an option, that whatever we choose, that we do an analysis so that the board can know the outcomes of our choice. And so with that, I will start with Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, President Evans. Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Thank you, Dr. McKnight. And thank you, Dr. Wilson. I want to, at this time, defer to Mr. Tinbite as a student, but I want to express my appreciation to the hundreds of parents and students and teachers who have written to us to share what they think would be best. My interest in this is to do what is best for our students, given the uncharted waters that we're in as well. And I would like at this time to defer to Mr. Tinbite.
So Mr. Tinbite can go now, or he can go last? And
Yes,
round it
he
out?
can go now. Mr. Tinbite can go now.
Is that what he wants to do? Mr. Tinbite, you want to go?
Sure. Is it actually possible if I could go last?
I was going to have you go last, but so
okay.
Yeah, we'll let him go last.
I appreciate it though, Dixon.
Student voice. We can end it with the student voice. So we will go to Mrs. Mondrosky.
Yes. Hi. Thanks. I think am I muted?
You're not. We can hear you.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for all their work. And I want to thank the public for the incredible amount of feedback that we have received. As has been mentioned, I think we had, we had hundreds and hundreds of emails and phone calls, messages about this issue. I did, I'm sure that there's going to be concern about whether the fact that we're calling option 5 another option. And I know that there's going to be concerns about whether or not it has gone out. For myself specifically, and I know for a lot of my colleagues, Mrs. O'Neill and I have spoken about this extensively. I feel like from the feedback that we received, the combination of giving children the choice between the pass or a grade, but also incorporating that a pass would bump the grade up one, was sort of a combination, an amendment, if you will, of the best of the two options. So that is where I will be voting for. And, I think it's just really important. A couple things that I just want to highlight is that, number one, there's no perfect solution to this. It's unfortunate. But we're doing the very best that we can. MCPS has done the very best that they can with looking at all of the different possibilities. And so I'm very appreciative of that. I think that it's important that everybody stay focused on what their child, what's best for their child, instead of, because I've heard concerns about, well, what would happen with this other person, or how's that going to compare? And we just need to make sure that we're doing the best for all children, every child. And unless MCPS can show us in the analysis that Ms. Evans just mentioned that this would do so, this does not seem like it would do any harm to anyone, near as I can tell. And then, so that's kind of where I am. And I would just ask if we could get a little bit of clarification as to how the GPA factor would work, in terms of if they choose to do the pass or the grade level. And I was gonna say, I can't see who's.
Okay, so if someone could respond to Mrs. Mondrosky. Yeah.
So I can respond. So if you have a pass for second semester in all of your classes, then that would just mean your first semester GPA was your GPA going forward, because a pass doesn't carry any. If you had a pass in some courses but not others, then you would just, anywhere you had a pass, it wouldn't affect your GPA. But each of those classes where you got a pass, fourth marking period, your grade would be one quality point higher. And so that's how it would affect it. If you took a grade in each of your classes for second semester, and you got a pass in each of your classes fourth marking period, then it would be essentially 1 point higher than your third marking period grade. So there really, as you analyze it, there is no potential for a student really to have any harm to them. And I know there's a lot of conversations, because actually, board members, you have not gotten hundreds of emails, you've gotten thousands.
Well, I didn't want to sound like I was
thousands.
exaggerating,
No,
but I think it's been thousands.
It's been between 1,500 and 2,000, something like that. And I do read them all. I mean, I read them quickly and go through them, but every once in a while I stop And I forward a lot of them onto the staff because I want them to see the different things that are said. And they certainly, with 11,700 12th graders right now, the vast number of circumstances, because one person wrote to me very, very early this morning and said, well, but what about college admission counselors? Because they said that, you know, this would be the case in these competitive situations. And they're right. That would be for a percentage of our students. It wouldn't be for half. It wouldn't even be for a quarter of our students. It'd be for less than 25% of our students when you look at this. And so we really just all have to accept that we have very, very different circumstances across 11,700 plus students. And we want to make sure all of them benefit and all of them have value. And at the same time, we don't want to give grades that are not related to the students' work and performance. So this is a way to try to do that. It's a good question. Thank you, Ms. Smodrowski.
No, I appreciate that so much. I also appreciate you guys working with the higher education, because someone sent me a letter that came from Harvard, I guess it was, you know, that explains that they would not be holding harm kids who did do the past stuff. So that made me feel better about that too. So thank you all very much for all of your work on this.
Yes. And Dr. Smith, thank you for the thousands catch, because it was thousands. Yes. And I knew that. I said hundreds earlier. Okay, so now we will go to Mrs. O'Neill. You're mute.
Okay, am I on?
You're on now, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I too want to thank the thousands who wrote to us, not just I support this option or that option, but incredibly thoughtful messages. And, you know, I do want to say, though, you know, parents and students write from an I, me, my perspective, and the board's responsibility is ours and we and all. You know, we really have to think about all kids, and there is no perfect solution. And every school system across the country is grappling with grading issues, from the abrupt closure of schools. And, you know, I believe wholeheartedly that students should have the option to have a grade on their transcript if that's what they choose, they and their parents choose and believe is important. I also believe that, you know, we have to be fair. And Dr. Wilson, you know, you mentioned briefly about the fluctuation in the third marking period, you know, and we heard from many parents that, you know, with the abrupt closure of schools, and one of my concerns had been, were kids given the ability to retest and we also know from trend data that kids generally trend up in the fourth marking period. So, you know, I want to be fair. I do believe the principles that we've established of do no harm, be fair to all, and recognizing the incredibly difficult circumstances that many of our students are in. Hence, I happen to believe that option 5 as presented today is a fair combination of options 3 and 4. I guess, you know, 1, I wonder, you know, at any grade level, whether it's at the A to the E or A to the D student, will they have the ability, if they so choose, to put the pass on their transcript? I would imagine most kids within A for this semester would prefer the A as opposed to a pass. And then 2, I've heard it express concern about the implementation for teachers of knowing whether, you know, it's a pass or a grade. And, you know, is that going to present extraordinary challenges? So 1, will all have the ability to have the pass if that's what they choose, or the grade? And then 2, what is the challenge? What are the challenges for our teachers?
Okay. We'll go to DACA.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill, because I have a concern about the workload on teachers. And I really appreciate what Dr. McKnight did today when she was describing what the teachers have to do and what the administrators and everybody have to do now that we are in this abnormal kind of period. And I already talked about how difficult it is to do the fourth grading period anyway. And I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think they work hard in third and they kind of slack off in fourth because they say, oh, I've got it made now. But maybe that's not true, but I've seen that happen. Also, teachers have already had a hard time doing lessons that they've never had to do on internet. And I can give you my experience. If I was a language teacher, world language, there's no way I could really do an adequate job of world language if it were internet. You have to hear from each student each day. They have to have questioning. They have to be able to translate. They have to be able to do the exercises that have to do with grammar. It's just not, it's very difficult to do that in that kind of situation. It's very hard to really relate to each student, which is what you really have to do. And I don't want to see teachers having extra duties in determining, well, this student wants to pass, that one wants the grade. I just think that that just adds on to it, and not just for the teachers, but for the administrators. And I don't know whether it's still done this way, but every administrator has to look at every grade that is given by every teacher to make sure that the teacher's following the grading policy. And if not, the teacher has to put in a note saying, I didn't do it this way because this kind of work was done, and I think the student has mastered the material. So I think 3 would raise all grades. And I know Nate talked about today about, he's going to talk today, I guess, about what the students want, but I'm sticking with 3 and for the reasons that I mentioned.
Thank you, Dr. Daka. At this point, we will go to Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. I also want to thank all the families, students, teachers that weighed in on this decision. I thought the emails were very thoughtful, and I appreciated hearing various perspectives. I also, like my colleagues, want to do the best thing for our students, all students. And I understand that we put out 4 concepts to our community, and these 5 options incorporate those 4 key concepts. I want us to be mindful that sometimes when we create options or choices for students, we create inequities. So I want us to really think through the consequences of providing options and choice, because historically that has been a result. I understand that students that are not able to engage will receive an incomplete. And I'm baffled that some students earned an E in Q3, given directive that we were trying to get our students to end the semester and try to make up assignments in order to successfully complete Q3. But it happens, I know it happens. And so that's something that I'm keeping in mind. Even though the effort was to get students to complete successfully, some students ended up with E's, and that's something to keep in mind as the final decision is made on the grading. In terms of the college admissions, you know, I'm not a college admissions officer, but I know that I've heard that college admissions officers like data. They want to see, they would rather see information rather than no information. And I remind you all that Montgomery College also requires a 2.75 GPA of our students in order to enter college level courses at Montgomery College. It is an open access institution, but in order to enter into college level, you do have to have a 2.5 GPA. And I know that all of our, the options 3 and 5, you end up with a GPA, and so students can have the option, choose the option that is most favorable to them, regardless of what college they're going to. So my question is I would like to have an option that does everything, is the same for everyone. But if that's not possible, my biggest concern is the logistics of it. And I would like to understand, we've heard about what we think teachers will have to do. I understand we have a system called Octo that churns our grades into GPAs. So I'm concerned about how this choice will be communicated to, is it teachers? Is it administrators? Is it Octo? And how can that possibly be done in an equitable manner so that all students are truly making the right choice for them? And my second question is, will the transcript show that you took a pass? I know that the GPA will not reflect the semester if you chose to take a pass, but will the transcript forevermore say, X student did not choose to take a grade, X student chose to pass on the semester? Thank you.
I can answer those questions. First of all, the transcript will show if the student selects a pass that they receive a pass on the transcript, which is actually not that unusual in the world of some high schools and many colleges. And in terms of how this would happen, we will need to communicate this once this decision is made today, broadly to our students, our counselors, our teacher leaders and our teachers, our administrators, and our families. Everybody needs to know and understand what that is. And what will happen in the Office of Technology, working with the Office of Shared Accountability, they will set up what are called business rules about how this will be calculated in the system. So when the teacher enters the grades for fourth marking period, or fourth marking period will go in as a pass or an incomplete. And then the computer system will read the third marking period's grades and the fourth marking period marks. And then it will have, if this, then this kinds of rules of logic in it. And it will put those out. And then as with everything else, there always has to be a check and balance, because sometimes errors are made in grades at every level, from pre-kindergarten through university level. And so there will have to be a way to continue to verify the grades like we do every semester with our students. And that process sometimes, is done in one day, and sometimes it takes a couple of weeks, but to make sure that all of the grades are accurate collectively and then individually. And so what we'll want to do is do an especially good job of counseling our students and informing our students what the benefits are. If you plan to do this, then it might be smarter to have a C on your transcript than a pass. If you plan to do this, it might be smarter to have a pass on your transcript than a D, and those sorts of things in terms of what it would look like. I did have the chance last week to be on the telephone conference call with all the superintendents in the state of Maryland and the University System of Maryland, many of the higher education, several of the independent schools. Johns Hopkins was there, and Loyola and Notre Dame, as well as all the USM and other state schools, and several of the community colleges were on the call. And we were talking about these very issues. And Dr. Boffman, the vice chancellor of the USM system, as superintendents were asking questions and everyone was discussing back and forth with about 50 people on the phone, she finally said, look, we're all in the same place. Our students are asking the same questions. And she said, and the Johns Hopkins and Towson, maybe, I don't remember who it was, said the same things together, that we've got to figure this out. We've got to err on the side of students, whether there are incoming high school students or there are current students that are sitting in our classes right now and finishing their semesters. And so I think that there's just going to be a lot of conversation and a lot of work, but we have the mechanisms to do all of the things that you're asking, including making it relatively direct in terms of how students will indicate their preference for a grade and provide that back to teachers in a way that will not be overly complicated. We can build those things between now and the end of the semester so that there can be that indication of what it is I want without having the teacher have to call each student individually or contact them. So we will build all of that out very carefully.
So it would be a communication to the teacher.
There will be a direct communication teacher about the grading system, and then we'll provide the teacher tools to collect the information from the students so that they don't have to do that individually, that they'll have a way for the student to put in information that will indicate their preference in this situation. Because it's one of the things we had to know before we could even allow this conversation to go forward. Can we actually build the system that you just asked about to make this possible and doable without thousands of hours of handwork? We don't want to hand input grades, final semester grades and those sorts of things. So all of that will be built out in our computer system, and then it will all be communicated out and counseling with our students about what makes the most sense. And for many of them, it will make the most sense for them to take their grades, because actually our students get very good grades by and large when you look at the distribution of the grades. So the vast majority of them will probably want their grade and they'll want to go forward with that, I predict. But we'll know that after we do the study that Ms. Evans requested in terms of what the effect was.
Thank you. And so Ms. Wolf, I skipped over you. My apologies. You're on mute. You're on mute.
This has been a really hard decision for me. I've been thinking about it. This morning when I got up, I actually was supporting option number 4, which I think is fair to everybody, because I do believe some students want a grade and they should get a grade. But as I've listened to the conversation, and more importantly, I read an email this morning that highlighted for me a couple of things. One, that there are many students who have not had the support at home to help with homework, because I do believe some of these grades that the students that we will see show parental involvement. The other thing, particularly for our first responders, children of our first responders, the other thing though that really highlighted some inequity to me, it's not inequity, but it's the way our grading system is that the third marking period, the students really didn't have an opportunity to try to recover. So they would be trying to bring up their grades in the fourth marking period. I say all that to say that right now I'm supporting option 5, but I woke up this morning supporting option 4. So you all are pretty persuasive, and so was the email that I read. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. So last but certainly not least, we will hear from Mr. Tinbite.
Sure. So thank you. First, I do echo the same comments of Ms. Silvestre, Ms. Wolf, Ms. O'Neill, but basically since we've released the concepts out to the public, the same outreach into our emails and messages have been more to me as well, just being the student on the board. And over the past week or so, I've definitely received over 6,500 responses from students on their thoughts on the concepts, because it'd be affecting them first and foremost, and same with myself. And basically the way that students have been responding is that they want something that is not only fair amongst them and their colleagues, but they would like something that would make them competitive in the college applications process, while understanding that you can't really assign a real value to the work being done after being disrupted in third quarter. And those students have really been pushing for, vast majority have been pushing for option 3, and a lot of students have been pushing for option 4 as well. So when I was definitely listening to a bunch of these students, it was hard to really figure out what's the balance in between the two, where option 3 helps out a vast majority of students in grading and reporting, and option 4 would help out a lot of students who've worked hard during third quarter, and students which were really trying to get an option in how they'd like to see their transcript look, because they probably haven't worked hard enough or haven't had the opportunity to show their work and after third quarter. And basically the way that college applications work now, because I've just went through, is that most colleges filter through applications on a regional basis. And so what I've recognized is that for students which, if a student has a grade or a pass, or if all of our students had, theoretically, let's say all of our students had a pass, and DC Public Schools and Fairfax Public Schools, or any other district nearby had grades assigned to students, one thing that I recognize is that college admissions officers might consciously or unconsciously favor the students with grades, putting our students at a disadvantage. When I was really examining option 1, even though a universal system, something that would at least help students out, would make sense. But after hearing from students, the option 3 really popped out just because it helped a vast majority improve their grades, get them more engaged in the work if possible. And same with option 4. And I agree with Ms. Wolf and her comments, where I genuinely do think that option 5 would make the most sense in this situation, just because we'd help out students which have D's and C's in option 3, and we'd help out the students with D's, C's, and E's as well, those students which are severely disrupted in instruction, by allowing them to do work in fourth quarter, more work, and get a higher grade. And same with our higher achieving students, or the students who've been able to really engage in the classroom content. And so once we were originally discussing these things, I genuinely do think that option 5 is the compromise between 3 and 4. And genuinely, it does help out students just because we do not know the effects of this virus. And honestly, there's no legitimate meritocracy in this pandemic, and we really do have to look out for our most vulnerable students. And so, from the perspective of how students were reaching out to me, I genuinely do think option 5 would be the best solution.
Okay, so at this time, I will let Ms. Dixon speak.
Ms. Evans.
Yes.
So I wanted to just mention as well that initially, when these options were put forward, I was in favor of the hybrid, which is option 4. I really was sensitive to, student thinking, parent thinking about students who had, worked hard and you wanted to have a grade on the transcript. And I thought, the compromise of the hybrid would be the best option. I've thought about this, like Ms. Wolf, a long time, almost nonstop in the last week. And I really could not see myself supporting option 3 because I thought that in some ways it was grade inflating. With the addition of option 5, I think that, that is a good compromise in the sense that, students who want a grade on the transcript will be able to have that, and that is positive as well. And then all of the things that Ms. Wolf mentioned, just about those who have not had the support or the resources to be able to do what they need to do in terms of earning the highest grade did resonate with me as well. In talking with staff, the schools will, at least for the class of 2020 final transcript, and then going forward for ninth graders on when they're ready to go to college, we'll have an explanation on the transcript that goes just about the times this year, specifically that, we had no in-face learning with teachers, that all of this was done online. And in fact, every student pretty much in the country is in the same boat. So I'm not sure that, our students will be at a disadvantage when it comes to applying for college. And I think that certainly with students, there's the phone, with students working hard and doing the best they can.
0, 8, 6, 9, 3, 5, 7.
This is just the spam calls that we get every day. I'm sure you all get those as well. But just to sum up, I will support option 5 today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. And yes, we all get those spam calls. Hopefully our audiences will give us the courtesies that we're doing this virtual, so you may hear a few sounds in the background. I guess I'll finish up. I mentioned it early on, wanting to have that analysis done, but I too was at option 3. I've moved a couple of times and believe that we've heard from, like we said earlier, thousands of people, very moving testimonies, and some of the emails, they have been very specific. I want our community to know that we read the emails, and some of it is it helps to inform what's going on out there, all the different perspectives. We've talked about, we're all in this together, but at the same time, we're all in different boats. And so it does help us to hear what the community is facing. And as we come to a conclusion, I think I've heard everybody say a number. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask us to make a motion for an option to decide on this.
Okay, I'm not sure how you want to handle this, because I think I heard everyone except for Dr. Daka support number 5.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I make a suggestion or some to option 5? So I quickly wanted to say that when I was reviewing this option as well, and the slides that we have presented to the public right now, the students which have A's don't have the option of taking a pass, but I do think that in this situation, if we do end up voting or moving option 5, that students which do have A's should have the option of taking a pass, on the basis being that if the student, somebody who looks at a transcript can't automatically say, if the student took a pass, that they did not receive an A. And so if we are moving this, if there'd be a way to make a suggestion, I'm not sure what the parliamentary procedure is.
If I can interrupt, Mr. Tinbite, I think it's just the motion would need to identify that it would be option 5, with all students having a choice between a grade, a letter grade, or a pass, and that would do that. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So that is the motion. Thank you, Dr. Smith. I make a motion that we support option 5, and that all students have an option of taking a pass.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? I'll go down the line. Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Dr. Daka,
No.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre,
Yes.
Androsky,
Yes.
Mr. Tinbite.
Yes.
That's a yes from Mrs. Evans. And that is 7-1 in favor of option 5. Okay. All right. So and now we'll move to item 9.3 on the agenda.
Yes, we are at item 9.3, plan for high school credits graduation, high school credits required for graduation for the class of 2020. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wilson.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Next slide, please. At its April 14th, 2020 board meeting, the Maryland State Department of Education issued a number of waivers related to graduation, including assessments, service learning, due to the extraordinary circumstances created by COVID-19. As noted on this slide, one graduation standard that did not change was the 21 credits necessary for graduation as outlined in COMAR, which stipulates both course and credit requirements as a minimal standard. Local school systems have a prerogative to add additional credits through their policies, and these are, and of course, there are timelines for determining graduation requirements in that students are assigned to cohort classes, and they certainly can move through the school system and be a 5-year and sometimes even stay with us 6 years, depending upon their age. In this exigent circumstances, local superintendents may waive additional graduation requirements for graduates per COMAR 13A 03 02 01. As noted on this slide, MCPS has 22 credits in the associated policy of IKA and local requirements and policy IED, which determine the system use of a pass-fail as an option. Our credit difference really boils down to an additional math credit and an additional half credit of physical education. And that half credit combined with how MCPS calculates electives just results in a 1 credit difference. So next slide, please. So what I'm bringing forward today for your consideration is, as Dr. Smith indicated, there's approximately 11,716 students who are with us and in our roles are considered seniors. As we know, some students take longer to graduate, and that's fine. Some students complete their credits during the summer and graduate in August, and they are considered four-year graduates. And they are also counted in the graduation rate whenever they take this extended period of time during the summer. Some students take an additional year, and as stated, that's fine too. So I wanted to bring forward the impact of applying the MCPS standard versus applying MSDE's minimal credit standard of 21 and look at the current status of our graduates in the class of 2020. In the top darker green bar, we have students who have met both the MCPS and MSDE. Applying the MCPS, they could leave us now, but they are choosing to stay with us in this remote environment. They've earned their credits, and that's 235 that have the status of being a graduate at this point in time based on their credit and course profile. For MSDE requirements, that number goes up slightly to 328 have already met that requirement. And again, that requirement is 1 credit higher. So then we ask the question of our seniors that we know that are on track to graduate. We took a look at not only the credits, but we also made sure that the courses were in place for these students to receive their diplomas. So when we apply the MCPS standard, 10,344 students are on track. for a total of 10,579 overall for the Montgomery County Public School credit requirement. And for the MSDE credit requirement, that number goes up slightly to 10,387. So when we look at the difference in terms of the analysis between the MCPS and the MSDE credit requirements, we see that we can award 136 additional diplomas to our seniors if the board elects to waive the requirements that are set forth in IKA and utilize the COMAR minimal standard of 21 credits. So with that, I'll turn it over to board discussion.
Sure. At this time, I will start with Mrs. Mondrosky.
I have no questions, but thank you. Thank you for the work you are doing on this as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wolf?
No questions.
Okay. Mrs. O'Neill?
I have a question. So we're talking about for this spring's graduation, should we be considering, or can we consider about next year's senior class? Because we know that the fall is going to be a little rocky. Is the waiver from the state board only applicable to the class of 2020?
I can answer that, Ms. O'Neill. Yes, it is only applicable to the class of 2020, but we are working with the state to look at some of the other issues like the high school assessments that currently we have 9th, 10th, and 11th graders sitting in. And so I'm sure we'll be back to you with further conversation about this later this spring or in July or August, because I think it's going to be a question for next year also.
Okay, so we will go to Dr. Daka. You have any comments, questions?
No comments.
Okay. Mr. Vestre?
No comments.
Okay. Mr. Tinbite? All right. Ms. Dixon?
No comments, no questions.
Okay. So can I get a motion?
I move that the board adopt the 21 credit high school graduation requirement for the 1920 school year, which is consistent with the Maryland State Department of Education and the Code of Maryland Regulations credit requirements, and authorize the superintendent to identify options for credit completion.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Daka?
Yes.
Mr. Vestre?
Yes.
O'Neill?
Yes.
Mrs. Mondrosky?
Yes.
Mr. Tinbite?
Yes.
Yes, from Mrs. Evans, and that is unanimous. Thank you.
Ms. Evans, can I
Sure.
interrupt for a second?
Yes, you can.
Can I ask you to circle back, because we actually need the board to vote on the elementary and middle school grades as presented.
That's what I was gonna mention. You're right. So I heard a recommendation and then we went so fast to get through the high school and we moved on. So, okay. So could I get, we'll do it one at a time. There was a recommendation on the table for elementary to take the average of marking period 1, 2, and 3. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No elementary, no grades.
So no grades, right. There are no grades, but to take
But
the
so
average.
The year-long grade would be the average of 1, 2, and 3, yes.
Right. Okay. So if I can get a motion.
Okay, let's try this. I move that the board direct the superintendent to implement guidelines consistent with the grading option as presented for elementary school.
That works.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Dr. Daka?
Yes.
Dixon? Go out of order.
Yes.
Going out of order, sorry, you all. Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Silvestri?
Yes.
Mrs. Mondrosky?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, from Mrs. Evans, and that is unanimous. Okay. Middle school.
Okay. I move that the board direct the superintendent to implement guidelines consistent with the grading option presented for the middle schools.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, Ms. Wolf,
Yes.
Dr. Daka,
Yes.
Ms. Dixon,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Silvestri,
Yes.
Mrs. Smondrowski,
Yes.
Tinbite,
Yes.
yes from Mrs. Evans, and that is also unanimous. Okay, thank you for reminding me to go back and do that. At this time, we will move to item 9.4 on the agenda.
And I think that's me. This is a request and recommendation that actually board members are working on this currently and talking about this in the larger picture. But today we're just coming forward to talk about academic eligibility for extracurricular activities for this school year and for the beginning of next school year. So if I can have the next slide, please. As referenced, policy IQD governs academic eligibility for extracurricular activities. If we did that and suspended that policy temporarily, it would grant eligibility for students for the fourth marking period of this year and first marking period of next year. And what that means is that students can continue to engage fourth marking period and be eligible for the fall. And people might be saying right now, what are they engaging in? But the fact is that many of our coaches are continuing to have activities and athletics in a virtual world with workouts and practices and team meetings and just keeping students together and engaged in this. And so we'd like to just say everyone can be engaged this marking period and then everyone can start the fall on a level playing field, and then the board can continue its work in this larger question of eligibility through the policy committee. Next slide, please. And so this, it aligns with the guiding principles of continuity of learning. It provides everybody a chance for physical and social emotional well-being. And there is a framework that's been developed by our coaches and activity sponsors with supporting students during this continuity of learning, and they've done a lot of work. So this is the proposal today, and now we'll turn over to the board for discussion and action.
Sure, I will start with Ms. Wolf. Comments, questions?
No comment.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes, as Dr. Smith said, the policy committee, we had worked on a proposal to make some recommendations to the full board to revise our academic eligibility standards. Unfortunately, COVID intervened and we had not come forward. But I think this is consistent, and given the extenuating circumstances, I think this is appropriate. It says on the slide, first marking period in the fall. I believe that it really should be the first semester of the school year, of the 2020-2021 school year, because the first marking period ends in the middle of the fall sports season. So I think it's more appropriate to make it for the first semester.
Okay. Dr. Daka, do you have any comments, questions?
I think it's a good idea to do this. I agree with Ms. O'Neill about the whole first semester.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Ms. Silvestri?
No comments.
Okay. Yeah.
So mute your phone, Dr. Daka. Mute your phone. Mute your phone.
I'm trying.
Okay. Mr. Tinbite. Okay. Ms. Dixon?
No comments, no questions.
Okay, all right. So if I can get a motion.
Can I go?
I move.
Oh, Mrs. Smondrowski, I'm sorry, Mrs. Smondrowski.
That's okay. I would agree with Mrs. O'Neill's comments, but I'm comfortable with it either way.
Okay.
Okay, I move that the board authorize the superintendent to grant academic eligibility for extracurricular activities to all secondary students for the 4th marking period of the 2019-2020 school year and the first semester of the 2021 school year.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Dr. Daka?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre?
Yes.
Mondrosky?
Yes.
Bite?
Yes.
That's a yes from Mrs. Evans, and that is unanimous. Thank you. At this time, we will move to item 9.5, the 2019-2020 school year calendar.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. And this is Essie McGuire. I will take us through the steps on the calendar. We can go ahead to the next slide. So clearly everything that we have been experiencing do result in the need to change the school calendar. And we wanted to bring to the board today the some amended calendars for the traditional and innovative school year for your consideration. Just to recap briefly, all school systems in Maryland did go into emergency closure from March 16th to the 27th. That did result in a total of 10 non-instructional we hadn't previously anticipated in the school year calendar. On April 14th, the state advised the state superintendent to waive the requirement for school systems to make up 5 of those 10 total days. So that does leave us with 5 days to make up instruction. But again, she is authorized to waive that requirement, and districts are allowed to request a waiver to allow us to meet a requirement for 175 instruction in a year. We can go to the next slide, please. MCPS is well positioned to make up those days this year. This year, we have only closed 1 day for inclement weather. That was in December 16th. And we did identify June 12th as a designated makeup day for that closure. So we've already accounted for that. Remember that MCPS does have 2 makeup days scheduled as instructional days at the end of the year that are also available to us as makeup days. So we can make up those 5 emergency closure days in March and still end the year on June 15th. We did add instructional days April 6th, 7th, and 8th to shorten what had previously been scheduled as spring break. April 8th had been a scheduled non-instructional day for the presidential primary election. However, that election has been moved to June 2nd. So we went to school on April 28th. And have June 15th also as a designated makeup day that's already scheduled in our calendar. The innovative schools do not need to make up as many days at the end of the year. However, those schools are going to be and have been open for remote learning during the year, as is our practice to align those days. However, they will be able to end on June 11th and have 203 total instructional days in their calendar. So we can go to the next slide. What we have here are 2 graphics. We'll start with this one, which is the traditional calendar. And as you can see in the calendar, we have just reflected those days of emergency closure and also the days of remote learning, just wanting to be clear about what those differences are in the calendar as we've experienced a number of different days in different conditions. And as you can see, on this graphic for the traditional calendar, we would end the year with 175 days. And again, that would require a waiver that we will request from the state. If we look at the next slide, the next graphic is for the innovative school year calendar. Again, it looks very similar. Those schools can end on Thursday the 11th, which they were already scheduled to do. And again, just reflecting similarly those days for emergency closure and remote learning. So if we go to the next slide, what we see is that the state law does require schools to be closed on the day of election. Now, while the primary election has been moved to June 2nd, it will be conducted by mail. There's limited in-person voting, but we have confirmed there's no school facility impact, and we're going to be in remote learning at any rate. So we will request open for remote learning on that day of the primary election. Also, state regulations require that in order for school systems to be eligible for a waiver of any of the minimum number of days, school systems have to both make up days within the school year and extend the school year. And our plan for make-up days does both of those. Again, I think that we are well within what the state requirements are to obtain the waiver. And so following the board's action today, if the board approves this plan for the rest of the year, then we will request waivers again for the 5 days of instruction and then to be open for remote learning on June 2nd. And so that really is what we are putting forward. There is a resolution for your consideration. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mrs. Evans for board discussion and action.
Sure. Thank you, Mrs. McGuire. I'll start with Mrs. O'Neill. Comments, questions? You're on mute. You're fine. Yes. You turned it back off. You turned it back off. You turned it back off. There you go.
No questions.
Dr. Daka, you can shake your head now.
Yeah, no questions.
Okay. Ms. Silvestre?
Just a question about, given that we are able to end the school year on time, I know that Dr. Smith and the team are working on options for continued learning during the summer and beyond. And I know parents are concerned about the 2 weeks that we closed and then the ramp up. And so, you know, some people have suggested extending the school year so that we can kind of make that up. But I just wanted to reiterate to those listening that, and Dr. Smith, please correct me if I'm wrong, that there will be opportunities, optional opportunities for students to continue to learn during summer and beyond.
Dr. Smith?
That is correct, Ms. Silvestre. We will plan to start whatever format that is available to us in early July and use July and August. And we're already talking about how we'll need to do professional learning for our teachers as this year goes forward and as we finish out the month of June. So that's kind of what that will look like. I don't know. And we have a lot of work to do with a lot of stakeholders, but that's kind of how it will look as we go forward. And then using our new budget year on July 1st, then we will move forward with those extended learning optional activities during the summer.
Thank you.
Mr. Tinbite. Okay. Ms. Dixon?
No questions.
Okay. Mrs. Mondrosky?
Yeah, I think Jeanette's still on.
She said no. She said she didn't have any comments.
I just meant she was still, okay. No, I just wanted to thank Ms. Silvestre covered my question / comment. So thank you. No questions.
Okay. And Ms. Wolf? Okay.
No questions.
All right. Okay. So thank you, Ms. McGuire, again for that presentation. And if we can have a motion to approve the calendar.
I move that the calendar be approved as presented. I don't know whether you want me to actually read the resolutions that were being proposed or if that's enough.
So if you have it, just go ahead and read it for the audience, for our public, for the community.
Okay. That all Montgomery County Public Schools were in session for April 6th, 7th, 8th, and the 28th, and be it further resolved that June 15th be designated as a makeup day of instruction for the traditional school calendar, and be it further resolved that the 2019-20 traditional and innovative school year calendars are adopted as revised and attached to this resolution, and be it resolved that the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent of schools to request a waiver from Maryland State Superintendent Karen Salmon of 5 days from the required minimum number of instructional days and a waiver to hold instruction on the date of the primary election.
Can we get a second? O'Neill?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Dixon?
Yes.
Dr. Daka?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre?
Yes.
Mrs. Mondrosky?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A yes from Mrs. Evans, and that is unanimous. Thank you. At this time, we move to item 10 on our agenda for discussion on the pilot courses for the LGBTQ.
Yes, we bring a pilot course forward for approval today, and I will ask Dr. Navarro to share information as the board can discuss and take action as you choose.
Okay.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm joined by Mr. Scott Murphy, who is going to provide the details, but I just wanted to remind the board that after our first ever co-sponsored LGBTQ plus forum last spring, one of the things that we did when we engaged with the community and students and staff was that there was a lot of interest in developing a course for any student who wanted to know more about the history, the contributions of this very vibrant community in our country. And so we began working on that. And we typically come to you in the fall, so we're a little bit out of order. And in the board meeting in November, we requested the opportunity to be able to come back to you as we designed the course. And so we are here today. And so I'll ask Mr. Murphy to talk a little bit about it and see what the disposition is of the board in approving this new course for pilot. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. As you know, our current board policy does allow ideas for new courses to be submitted for your approval. This pilot process provides a way for students, teachers, and school communities to innovate and pursue areas of interest that will ultimately give them the ability to offer new electives in their schools. Following approval, staff members in our office, the Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, work closely with teachers and other subject matter experts and students to develop a specific scope and sequence to offer a new course the following year. So this pilot proposal comes as a result of strong interest from teachers, students, and other stakeholders to offer an elective course known as LGBTQ plus studies. With support from my team, the group has already developed a preliminary course description that includes interdisciplinary exploration of LGBTQ plus identity, history, and culture in 4 proposed units as a social studies elective. Once approved, teachers, students, and nationally recognized experts will continue to shape the development of the course prior to implementation. As is the case with pilot courses, this would be offered as an elective open to all students. During initial implementation, we would gather feedback and then come back to you about the success of the pilot to either open it up to all schools or to continue to revise the pilot course. Additional details are in your memo, and there's also a resolution for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. We will start with Dr. Daka. Did you have any comments, questions about?
No, the description is really important, and there's an interest in the high schools to actually do the course, and I wish them the best. I think it's important to do this course.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestre?
No, thank you for everyone that has worked very hard on this. I really want to commend the staff for listening to our community and working collaboratively with them. Dr. Navarro mentioned the forum. So I think I really appreciate your collaborative efforts in bringing this to fruition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Tinbite.
Yeah, I also wanted to echo the same comments of you all. And I did want to ask, aren't we the first district who are piloting this course in the nation? I think I read that somewhere, this type of course. Anyways, I'm really appreciative of that. It's a much needed thing that's happening in our district. And last I heard of this, also a bunch of principals wanted to see this course as well in their schools. And so I'm happy that we're getting the grounds running on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Murphy, would this be a social studies elective?
Yes.
Do we know how many schools are willing to pilot it, or is it something for all high schools?
One of the reasons why we're coming to you now off schedule is because there was initial interest in trying to offer it second semester next year in the 2020-21 school year. A couple of schools have already expressed interest. Over the past couple of months, things have slowed down a little bit because of the interruption. But I'm really confident that we will have multiple high schools that will be offering this in the fall of 2021 at the latest.
Great. Very nice addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Smodrowski, comments, questions?
Yes, yeah, thank you. So I too want to associate myself with the comments. We've worked really hard on this issue and trying to get these conversations and programs going through in special populations. So I'm very excited to see it come together. It's been a long time coming, and I believe it will open a lot of minds. So hopefully a lot of schools will accept it, and I'm very grateful. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wolf.
I just want to associate myself with the comments of Ms. Smodrowski. I have no other comments. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. O'Neill.
Yes, as someone who's been around a long time, and I lived through the sex ed wars with our health curriculum when we were litigated against that rather vigorously to have any kind of conversation in our health curriculum about homosexuality. I feel like we've come so far in having an open conversation and for students to have the right to take this social studies elective and recognition of the times we live in. But I don't want to ever let go of the fact, and I'm sure as part of the curriculum, about the civil rights implications for our LGBTQ students, in the past, and having witnessed it here at MCPS. So I'm very proud that this will be offered as an elective.
Absolutely. I don't know if I can say anything different than my colleagues, but this is definitely equity in action. So I appreciate what we've done and what we continue to do for the LGBT community. And with that, I will ask for a motion to approve.
Okay, I move approval of the pilot course LGBTQ.
I second that.
Did I hear a second?
I second DACA.
Okay, great. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Dr. DACA?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre?
Yes.
Oski?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Tinbite?
Yes.
That's a yes for Mrs. Evans, and that is unanimous. Thank you. At this time, so we're at the point where we could go to a recess or we could keep going. How does everyone feel? Want to keep going? Yes?
Keep going. I think we should keep going.
I agree. Okay, so let's go ahead to item 12, item of discussion, school construction projects. Dr. Smith?
Yes, Ms. Evans, we thought it was particularly important today to update the board and the community on where we are with our mini school construction projects as we move forward toward the summer work and completion of several projects, as well as new schools opening in the fall. And I'm knocking on wood and crossing my fingers and looking for 4-leaf clovers and everything else right now as we think about trying to get school back open. But we have Ms. McGuire, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Karamihas here to share information and answer any questions in the board's discussion. So I'll turn it over to them. Ms. McGuire?
Thank you very much. And if we can go ahead to the next slide. Yes, what we wanted to do was really come to the board to sort of share the status of where we are with the impact on so much of our facility work. There are a number of pieces that we want to share with you today. And I do want to just acknowledge up front that we are in a place where, frankly, we have more questions than answers. Just want to sort of be candid with the board and also with our community that what we're doing here is we really want to share what we know, the status of what's impacting us, how we're working through those challenges, and really just share that we will be circling back with all of our communities as well as with the board to be able to share more specific information as we have it. That said, what we want to talk about today is the end of year work. We know that there's a lot that we need to do at the end of the year, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. We do want to talk about construction projects that are actively under construction, some of the big projects that we have right now. In addition, we want to talk about our summer work. We do so much work in the summer, and that's really important to us. So we want to talk about that. And of course, then we have projects in design that are going to be coming up. Finally, what we want to do is just talk a little bit about the funding environment that we're in with the county council and our state funding construction dollars. So we can go ahead to the next slide. I do want to talk again about the end of the year. What we do know certainly, and we heard it, I know some board members raised it earlier, and we keep getting questions from our staff, our students, our families, and our principals and teachers. When can we get back in and get our stuff? And it's more than just stuff. There's a lot of belongings that are in the schools that need to be retrieved. We know we have things in students' homes that need to come back. Teachers need to secure their classrooms. There's athletic materials, music instrument materials. And again, we know that there are a lot of requirements to secure a building, to close it out at the end of the year, to get it ready for the next year. So we are absolutely working through our plan to implement those end of the year practices. What we do know, though, is that we're going to need to do them within the public safety requirements and guidelines that are still in place. Those restrictions are still in place. We first and foremost want to keep everyone safe, our staff, our students, and our families, and even our materials. We will be looking at best practices around what those materials, how people are handling materials. We're working with our colleagues in other jurisdictions around the area, and of course, working closely with the state and our health officials here in the county. So facility staff is working with our area associates and directors. And again, we will be reaching back out to communities and schools as soon as we possibly can to begin to implement those practices. We do envision implementing them staged out over time. Because again, what we know we can't do is just open the doors and have everybody go in. So we absolutely will be staging that out in a way that's orderly and safe for everyone and takes care of all of those end of the year things that need to be accomplished. So we can go ahead to the next slide. What we're going to begin to talk about here is our impact on construction. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Adams, our Director of Facilities Management. He's going to talk a little bit about the industry context and then go through some of the specific project issues that, that are before us as well.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So yes, thank you, Essie. Just wanted to have the opportunity to just walk through some of the work that has been going on the construction side, really around physical buildings. What we do know so far from COVID-19 impacts are there have been disruptions. There's been disruptions, supply chain disruptions, shipping, manufacturing, and absolutely from a workforce availability, specific to MCPS job impacts, job impacts due to isolations, to shutdowns, and really just trying to grapple with some of the varying restrictions that we see from adjacent states, obviously within Maryland, but Pennsylvania, Virginia, and what some of the processes that are in place, and some of the impacts of agencies that are around us that are involved in our processes. Just really how to manage through the social distancing of construction. So today we're just going to walk through what some of those impacts are and just outline what we're doing as provisions to keep projects on track, but just talk about a little bit around what some of the challenges are. So next slide, please. So from a large capital improvements program picture on construction, this actually is it was previously scheduled, as well as it is going to be a pretty significant summer for us from a school opening project completion standpoint. We have 9 projects that are scheduled to be newly occupied this summer. 5 of those projects are new buildings. Those projects are Seneca Valley, Tilden Middle School, Rock Terrace, Lux Manor Elementary, Potomac Elementary, and Maryville and Carl Sandburg Learning Center. Those projects, again, have been in various stages of completion. We don't foresee any impacts in terms of just the physical building opening, but what some of the things that we're going to definitely work through are sort of towards the end of the project work. As Ms. Dixon knows from Paint Branch, some of that end of work processes really involve a lot of individuals coming together in one spot in order to complete the tasks. Certainly that's not something that we can do now. So in terms of how we stage out between now and when we open, we're being very sensitive to lessons learned so far to make sure that we do this in a very safe and productive manner. Next slide, please. Beyond the new school projects, we do have additions opening. We have in various stages of additions. So some additions are being completed in full, and some additions are completed from a phasing perspective. Those additions are Pinecrest and Montgomery Knowles Elementary and Thomas Pyle and Tacoma Park Middle Schools. The parts that are probably more significant are the 2 elementary school addition projects are also tied to boundary reassignment associated with a 3rd school. So in terms of progress, while we have had delays, we do feel confident that we will be able to complete and that we will be able to, when we go back and what that looks like, be able to uphold those boundary reassignments. So one of the things that we have had many conversations around is, certainly from a student perspective, these are challenging times. So for us, to add that layer of a school change, the communication with families, communication with staff, communication with the school community as a whole is going to be really important as we move forward. But we do, we are informing folks that there are some delays. We're a little behind of where we typically would want to be, but we feel very confident that those projects will be complete. Next slide, please. So again, from some of the considerations that we're working through, and again, this gets back to the part towards the end of these projects where we just have a lot of folks, whether it's internal MCPS staff, teachers, in terms of packing and moving, deliveries, having outside agencies such as phone and utilities all coming together. So obviously we can't do that. And what we're working through And this is certainly tied to end of the year closeout, as Essie talked about, but really trying to make sure that we prioritize which processes are most critical to the completion, which processes do we need to spend the most time in to make sure it's a safe implementation, and just work through that as we move forward. I will say this is probably even more complex than even the construction in itself. And again, with some uncertainties and not understanding in full what the expectations are from the state or even from our local health officials, we are leaning on many of our peer groups, agencies throughout the United States, and coming back with best practices with this. So we feel very confident in the next several weeks we'll be able to roll out some ideas and processes for staff, for teachers and families, just so they can understand understand what the next steps will be as this process moves forward. Next slide, please. And again, not to spend too much time on this, but the contingency planning on this. You take to example Seneca Valley High School. That is a very large building, which we've talked about. There's many classrooms, and that packing process and that occupancy process is going to be complicated. So we are starting those conversations now just to work through. If it looks like at some point, we won't be able to safely do the entire building at once, we have opportunities to maybe look at phasing. The existing building is there, so if there's an opportunity to take advantage of that space, that's something that we're going to be looking towards. I think that's the other part to this is that, from a facility standpoint, when we go back, understanding what facility space we have is going to be really important. So again, thinking through some of those options with a project like Seneca Valley will be very important as we move forward. Next slide, please. And I guess the next step to this, and understanding some of the challenges we've had since the stay-at-home order has been in place, some of the challenges we've had with materials, our summer projects, our summer recess infrastructure projects are a time where we rely on that extended closure period in order to do a lot of work in a short amount of time. Those summer projects consist of everything from, security vestibules to HVAC and roof replacements, restroom renovations, relocatable classrooms, ADA improvements, and our program space build out around special education, science, technology. This is a time where, again, very similar to, closing in on finishing a large project, there's large amounts of individuals that would need to occupy our buildings. And we just understand the reality of that from a social distancing perspective is not something that we can do. So we are looking at how we prioritize these projects. We are working with contractors to understand what some of the material challenges may be. I give some examples on, just from a material perspective, relocatable classrooms many of them are manufactured in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has been shut down from a construction manufacturing perspective. So we're looking at alternatives there. On a Seneca Valley project, our East Coast vendors ceased their operations. So we had to reach out to a manufacturer in Idaho in order to get materials. So we can do that on projects like a Seneca Valley, but when you have a very condensed time frame on a summer project, it just may not make sense to start it and create even more disruptions if we're not able to finish it. Next slide, please. So in terms of how that is working through, we are looking at the priority work, priority infrastructure. Projects that absolutely need their HVAC replacements to go forward, the roof replacements to go forward, absolutely from a space standpoint, portable classrooms. So we're working to make sure that we can take advantage, if possible, the fact that schools are now closed. If there's an ability to start a project earlier than what we were originally doing, we're absolutely going to do that and take advantage of that time, knowing that there most likely will be delays. And obviously, we're going to reach out to every single school community that has been aware of a project, walk through what the steps are, walk through what some of the challenges may be, just to make sure everyone is involved in this dialogue together. Again, we know, from a COVID-19 standpoint, just in this industry alone, it's significant impacts. We know that this work is extremely important, and we know we need to move forward with as much as we can. But we are going to need help from our school communities, from a communication standpoint, just to make sure that everyone understands where we are, what to expect, and how we can move the work forward. Next slide, please. And again, I think, beyond just our summer work, as many of you know, we are in the midst of many design projects. We are also in conversations with our stakeholders around how do we continue some of this work. As many of you know, much of this work relies on stakeholder engagement, state and local agency approval processes. These all have historically been face-to-face community meetings. Clearly, we can't do that. And for us, we want to make sure we do this in a way that we reach all communities, we reach all families. It was hard enough to do that in a world where we can come together in meetings. So as we move forward, some of these processes may change. They may look a little different. And there very well may be delays in our projects in order to uphold the processes that are in place. But we are reaching out to many of our stakeholders to look for ideas, look for opportunities to move this work forward. But again, for us, this is an opportunity just to provide board members an update, provide board members with an understanding that there may very well be some delays as we move forward. We will provide updates every step of the way, and we will look for innovative communication as we move forward to make sure all are informed as well. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Essie for the last slide.
We can go ahead to the next slide. Thank you. So what we really are wanting to share with people is that our keyword really is flexibility. We are working to be responsive as conditions are changing around us, and really want to emphasize too that even with the challenges we're outlining for you, we are finding successes and solutions. And really the key to that is going to be, as Seth was saying, to work with our school and neighborhood communities and all of our stakeholders to really be able to communicate the status, communicate accurate expectations. And really, again, we are going to be continuing to monitor conditions. We'll bring adjustments forward, and we will have to reflect those project priorities and timelines as they unfold. We are absolutely going to continue to work to do as much as we can, and we will work with our school communities. But again, our first step is going to be to do that safely and to do it in alignment and in conjunction with the public health requirements that are in place. And we really just look forward to everyone's support as we work through that. Mrs. Evans, the next part of the conversation is about the capital funding. So we could pause here for discussion on this part before we move on.
Okay, well, let's see if anybody has any questions. Does anybody have any questions? The ones I can see, shake your head, yes, no. Okay, so I was gonna start with Carla. So Carla, go ahead, ask your question, then Ms. O'Neill.
Just a comment, just wanted to reiterate my appreciation for ongoing communication with school community as you see that there's going to be a delay or any project updates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes, I know I drove by a couple of our projects that are under construction, and I thought to myself, gosh, I don't know whether they're going to make it. Obviously, I'm not seeing inside any buildings, but I think everyone has to take a deep breath and recognize the world we live in, and appreciate the people who are out there working. And Seth, I appreciate your comments about the supply chain, because I think people are somewhat aware of supply chain issues when they go to the grocery store, but they may not be thinking about the supply chain issues with school construction projects. And the only other thing is, I happened to see a program on over the weekend about re-envisioning office spaces, and that many offices had gone to common workspaces or bullpen approaches. And I know our hallways are narrow in many of our schools, our classrooms are crowded, and thinking about how I know Dr. Smith and company and everyone across the country is thinking, how do you safely bring our children back into the building? This public health person was even talking about re-envisioning bathrooms, and that, in the toilets, we don't have lids on the toilets in public places, but from a public health perspective, we probably should. So I think all of us need to wrap our heads around things have to change, and things may be difficult for a while.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon, did you have a comment or a question?
No, I just want to thank Essie and Seth for their work on this and giving us the update today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. So, Mrs. Smondrowski. Oh, Nate, you had something? Okay.
No questions. I'm sorry. I thought you skipped, but it's fine. Ms. Smondrowski, you go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I too just want to say thank you for the work on this. I know it's ever changing with as the situation changes. We will be. I know that as we go forward, we'll have to work with whatever the CIP brings us and make adjustments. But just in terms of things like looking at potential new spots that we were considering, or projects that potentially could get delayed. Is there anything that you want to tell us about that, or we're just going to have to play it all by ear as we keep going?
So we will, Adrian Karamihouse can talk once board members have asked questions here about the capital budget funding. So we can move into that next. I think in terms of specific projects, as Seth was saying, at the moment, we again feel confident about finishing the buildings that are in place, and we don't have anything else more specific to share at this point. We're really just continuing to monitor those effects and monitor it as it goes forward, and we'll have to bring those any possible adjustments back to you.
Mr. Tinbite?
No questions. Also wanted to say thank you for the presentation, for your work.
Okay. All right. So we thank you for the presentation. And were you finished, Mrs.
Well,
Barr?
sorry, there's a part on the capital budget quickly, if we can.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead.
If we can go back to the slides, Ms. Karamihouse will go. We're going to just spend a little time talking about where the capital budget request is and the capital improvements program in the context of the county council's budget process, and then also the state funding. Adrian? Adrian, are you there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a little recap of where we were as far as the CIP request that went to the county council and where they are currently right now. So as you recall, the board's requested CIP was $1.8 billion over the 6 years. The county executive's recommendation when he released in January reduced that CIP request by $100 million over the 6-year CIP. What is probably more important, that in the first 2 years, it was actually reduced by $150 million, and then the third and the fourth year by another $150 million. So it was a total reduction over the first 4 years of $300 million, but then put $200 million in the out years, and that's the difference of that $100 million. So it's a $100 million reduction total over the 6-year CIP. Following the council's request, we did provide a list of non-recommended reductions to align with the county executive's recommendation. This has been a practice in the past when the board's request does not align with the county executive's recommendation. So the council asked us to provide this non-recommended reduction list, and we did comply. The non-recommended reduction list, as you can see, included one-year delays to 3 high school projects, Crown, Northwood, and Woodward, and also the major capital project for Magruder High School. A one-year delay for Clarksburg Elementary School number 9, that's a new elementary school, for Dufee for the addition and expansion to address its aging infrastructure, and also the overutilization at Rachel Carson, and also an addition at William Tyler Page. It also included a 2-year delay for the new Bethesda Elementary School addition project, and removal of expenditures for the Westbrook Elementary School addition, and the Early Childhood Center at Watkins Mill High School, and the shell build out at Maryvale Elementary School Carl Sandburg Learning Center project, which will be done this fall. Next slide, please. So on May 4th, the council held a work session. They only had one opportunity, the Education and Culture Committee only had one opportunity to meet to discuss the board's request. So it went directly to the county council. They held a work session on the MCPS CIP and unanimously supported to restore some of the projects that were included in that non-recommended reduction list. Of course, this is all pending council reconciliation and action. The county council did put these projects that they did put back on the board's request into 2 tiers. The first tier included Crown, Northwood, and the Woodward High School projects. And the second tier included the Bethesda Elementary School addition, Clarksburg number 9, and the Magruder High School major capital project, and the Watkins Mill Early Childhood Center project as well. With the substantial shortfall between the board's request and the county executive's recommendation, significant resources would need to be allocated to the MCPS CIP to restore those projects noted above. I will say that in tier 1, it's about $60 million that they would have to come up with in order to put those 3 projects back on their schedule. The council had a macro budget meeting on Thursday, this past Thursday, and talked about the CIP as a whole, not just MCPS, but countywide. And their assessment at this point, because it's not only projects that they put back into our CIP, but there were other projects that weren't included in the county executive's recommendation that they actually did put back as well. And at this point in FY21, they're looking at about a $97.5 million shortfall, again, overall county-wide. That does not include any of the PAYGO funding that they were considering possibly taking out of the CIP to use as part of the operating budget. That could be a maximum of almost $30 million. So it could be a shortfall as high as $130 million in FY21. So that is what they're working with at this point. The last that we heard, council is tentatively scheduled to have their work session regarding the reconciliation on May 14th, on Thursday. I haven't heard anything different at this point. So we'll have to wait and see what they come up with as far as reconciliation and you know, where they go from that large shortfall. Next slide. With regard to state funding, the county executive's CIP recommendation includes an assumption of $58.7 million in state aid for each of the 6 years. As part of the county executive's recommendation, he always puts in an assumption of state aid because we never know what we're going to get for state aid until May. For FY21, we anticipate receiving $54.1 million in state aid, which means that we're going to have a shortfall of $4.6 million on top of the shortfalls that already existed. The FY21 anticipated state funding includes the annual allocation, which we always receive, along with the funding from the capital grant program for the local school systems with significant enrollment growth or relocatable classrooms. So both pieces of our state aid is already included in that $54 million. The shortfall in state aid for 21 will be reviewed during the council's reconciliation process. That is also something that they discussed during that Thursday meeting is where we are in state aid. Next slide, please. I know that there has been some significant discussion regarding the new state aid, where we refer to it as the new state aid. It's part of the Learn to Build Act of 2020 that was approved by the General Assembly. Based upon that approved legislation, there is an additional $420 million over the next 10 years to be available for school construction projects. Of course, due to the current health crisis, the timing and funding level for this legislation is uncertain. And as I think most people know, the governor did veto that legislation. However, it is possible it can be overridden. There still is, even if it is overridden, there are still some concerns regarding the timing and the level of funding for that, because a lot of that money was going to come from casino revenue, and of course casinos have been closed, and so the revenue isn't there for that period of time that it's closed. On top of it, there's definitely concerns regarding operating budget constraints that the state is facing that may necessitate using some of that revenue. So we are very uncertain about that state funding, that new allocation. It would not, regardless, come in FY21. It was not going to start in FY21 anyway. So we're looking at FY22 and beyond. So the county council will have to assume a funding level as part of their approved CIP, a state funding level. And from what that conversation was on Thursday at the county council, that macro look at the CIP, they were discussing, and staff did put forward an assumption of state aid that would include our annual allocation as well as this new money from the Learn to Build Act. So that's another sort of unknown right now. I think that is all for the slides.
It is. So thank you, Ms. Karen Mijas. Thank you. So we, again, just wanted to share the context of where the capital improvements program is in the funding context at the moment. Obviously, we will continue to wait to see what happens with those approved funding levels, and then just come back to the board with adjustments and any, again, adjustments that are necessary as we move forward through all of these various changes and changing conditions. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. I think board members asked all the questions they were going to ask. And at this time, I will let us move on to the next section. Thank you, everyone. Ms. Karen Mijas, Ms. McGuire, and Mr. Adams. At this time, we will move to item 13 on our agenda items. I would ask if we can get a motion to move all in block unless board members wanted to pull out specific items. Hearing none, could I get a motion to move all the consent items in block?
Move in block.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Dr. Daka?
Yes.
Ms. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre? I didn't hear you. Are you on mute, Ms. Silvestre?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Spondrowski?
Yes.
Tinbite?
Yes.
That's a yes from Mrs. Evans, and so that's unanimous. Thank you. We move next to item 14 on the agenda, and that's just for informational purposes. Moving to item 15, Board of Education items. Can I get a motion to move items 15.1, 15.2 in block?
Move in block.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Daka?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Silvestre?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Tinbite?
Cut
Okay.
off.
Yes.
Yes from me, Mrs. Evans. That is unanimous. I want to ask right now if board members had any new business items they wanted to bring forward. Hearing none, we will move to item 16. That's just for informational purposes as well. If I can get a motion to adjourn.
Move adjournment.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon?
Yes.
Mrs. Dr. Daka, I'm sorry. Okay. Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Silvestri?
Yes.
Mondrosky?
Yes.
Mr. Tinbite?
Yes.
That's an absolute yes from me, Mrs. Evans, and that is unanimous. Thank you all for all of your hard work. And I want to thank MCPS TV for helping us. This is our first time having our virtual meeting through Zoom. I appreciate all the work you've done with the board members to get us up and going, whether we were on the phone or on the computer with our public comments. Just really appreciate you all. So with that, I hope everyone has a good evening, and we will see you on May 28th. Take care.